Is this on? Hello? 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 Bop, bop, bop. It's probably noisy as fuck here. Hello? 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 There's probably the noises. The absolute noises coming from this space. Hello? 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 Hey, hey, hey. Noises. Noises. Happy Canada Day! Is it still Canada Day here? It's Canada Day for 60 more minutes! Got him! I did say that I would be here, today. And where I am, I know for most of the country, it's not actually the place, the time still, but for me, haha! Hi, Midnight Fox, hello. You don't hear much noise, am I quiet? Hi, Miri. Hello. Welcome back. Hello. Oh, no, the shit does work. Okay. Wait, why? Wait, is it coming through the... Oh, no. Did it? Did it only play when I turn my mic source on? I'm not quiet. You got a hairless cat. The bald one. The bald eagle. Speaking of bald eagles, I saw, I was having a discussion about national, because it's North American national holiday season, right? So we've got the beavers versus the eagles. We got the beavers in with a 3-day head start, and then in a few days we'll have the eagles, and you know, so of course, like what are eagles known for? It's like, you know, well, surrounding themselves with rats and being kind of bald and making loud screechy noises when they're kind of a little bit upset, you know. And beavers are, you know, known of course for being like extremely hardworking and industrious and like, you know, building enough, like, you know, just building so many dams that they rename every power company in their country Hydro because they're so into dams, right? Like, is there double audio? Okay, all right. Wait, why is there double audio? Wait, okay, hold on. Double audio. The double audio. Hello. Is the audio doubled? Well, now I can't hear a damn thing. Okay, hold on. Oh, I think I know how to undouble the audio. All right, is the audio double? Oh, for the alerts, they're double audio. Okay. Ah, okay, I think I know what's going on. How about now? I guess the alerts are probably double audio. Did I change the way that plays? I did hear it, and then I see. Well, it turns out that when you copy your entire setup into a different computer, it makes some weird things go on, perhaps, mayhaps, perhaps. That is being monitored. Am I... Do I have double audio because there's like... Huh. Maybe I'm playing it on... Let me see what my... Do I have a sub alert? Do I have a thing that plays when... I don't think I have a thing that plays when subs... Yeah. How that... Wow. Okay. My only expectation is that maybe it's coming through my mic somehow. The thing that is my mic. Yeah, I'm listening to StreamXA. And StreamXA... Okay. Alright. There's all sorts of weird shit that, like... only exists. Thank you so much for the hype train, guys! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for the subs. Thank you. I should go through and thank some subs. You know. Oh, thank you, Turi. Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Nitro. Thank you, Grolix. 27 months. It's like a power of 3. Those are rare. Actually, they're much less common than powers of 2. Thank you for the watch streak marks. And thank you for the sub. Vampire, it's 6 months. And thank you, Miri, for the prime. No Bezos Especial. Yeah, enjoy your kitten. Yeah. Is that you? Doubled. Is my voice doubled? Okay, I silenced something. It shouldn't be doubled now. Is my voice doubled? No, okay. I'm good. Okay, all right. Something is doubled. I've been doubled. I got doubled. All right, let me actually just show up, and then maybe everything will explode once I'm actually like on my actually showing up here. Here we go. Hello. Hi. Hi. Hello. Are they fucking with me? Hello. Hi. Oh, hey. Oh, well, of course, now we have to do every single thing, and then now I'm in the various different modes and stuff, and this actually, like, okay, it's crazy that this shit all works, but, oh my god. Well, wait, can I get out of this with any buttons or anything like that? Is that even possible? Usually I had a button to, like, cancel all the layered redeems. I will fix this. Now that I am in a little bit of a different setting.
Let's go.
Oh. Hold on. Yep. It's been long enough that, like, see, half of these buttons are missing their actual labels as to what the heck they do. There we go. Okay. Hi. See, you know, there's nothing wrong with this. Like, we're just in a... This is a completely normal stream. Completely normal stream and, you know. Totally normal stream. Just, we're fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay. We're good. Oh, hi. Bye. Bye. Wee. Bye. Hi, bye. Yes, normal. No, this stream is so normal, it is defined entirely by its standard deviation and mean. This stream is so normal that if you add a whole bunch of independent, identically distributed variables, then you get to this stream. This is the stream that you get to. Also, let me, like, be... What? Okay. Oh, can I still be wide? Does that work? Ah, see, everything works. Whee! You have no idea, by the way, how crazy it is that, like, I move everything to literally a new computer with my setup, with my, like, ridiculous, like, there's, like, probably, like, 20 different places that have their own, like, logic and configuration. And it's like, somehow, everything is basically working, right?
Darkness.
Its components vector something like... Yeah, I don't know how this is all working. It's very strange. Yeah. It's not that it's tough. It's just that it's like, I'm... It's not really that it's tough. What I would say is that it's, like, shocking that it's working, right? It's like, the actual, like, components of trying to do that is not, like, particularly, like, it's not particularly, like, hard to do each of the steps. It's just that the probability of breakage seems so close to 1 that, like, it's like, what? Yeah. Yeah, do you review multivariate stuff? God, are there some sort of weird distributions that are, like, you know, normal and... I mean, I'm sure there are. It's, like, normal in one axis, and then they've got, like, a little bit of, like, hypergeometric in some other axis, and there's just kind of this weird sort of, like, squashed bean of a probability distribution. The jellies work. The jellies should work. I am going to do a little overhaul, but okay, so this new setup should be able to do jellies much better, so I'm gonna actually like rehaul and rework how they work so that you guys can actually do stuff with it. And I finally have the time to be able to do that. So we're gonna... A lot of the stuff that I'm promising for the past couple of months are finally gonna actually happen. Hold on. Is my face weird? Okay, fine. Yes, better jellies. More control! Control everything! Total and absolute control of everything inside the shrimp stream. Whee! You're the streamer now. You want to be a streamer so bad? Take my job. Just you be the streamer. In fact, I know a lot of you are streamers, but like, you know, just become, sorry, where's the, I actually don't know whether this will actually break, but yeah, you know, honestly, this has a very high probability of breaking. Oh my God, it worked. That should not have worked. I don't know why that worked. Like, literally, it's a new computer. Like, that shouldn't have hit a file path that actually exists, but I guess I copied enough of the file paths that, like, just random things, like, fire at places, or maybe I had, like, good organization in my file system. Holy shit. Oh my God. I can actually press that button. Like, I did not plan for pressing random buttons on the stream deck to see if they worked. Yeah. Wow. 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 Owen Wilson, wow. Owen Wilson, wow.jpeg.mp3.mp4. There's something that, like, I was looking at, I was going through the settings. I was like, okay, Windows, turn on your file extensions. Like, show every file extension. I don't give a shit, because it was like, I had StreamerBot. It was like a fresh install StreamerBot, and it's like, StreamerBot, streamer.bot, right? First of all, it's like .bot, right? And then there's streamer.bot.exe. And what was happening is that streamer.bot.exe is not actually the exe, because it, like, a fresh installation of Windows, like, hides all of the file name extensions by default. So, well, sorry, it hides all of the known file name extensions. So it's like, streamer.bot.exe is actually streamer.bot.exe.config, because there's some sort of config file thing that is .config, and then they just truncate it to .exe, so it's like actually just a text file. And the actual streamer.bot.exe is streamer.bot, and it's, oh my God. Like, I don't, just show me the file name. I grew up on DOS, what the fuck? What the fuck? Just, I want the information, just give me, tell me everything. I'm not one of these, like, small users. I've been using your system for, like, you know, 30 years. Explain your tag. It's the me. It's the /me. It's from the ancient IRC game days, you know? The extension scare the normies, yeah. Like .DLL, like what the heck is a DLL? .bat. Stream tilde what? Okay, who here was around for the 8-character DOS limit? The truncation with the tildes and the numbers. This was how they used to do things. Like, if you had a file name that was too long, it would be truncated, so it would be like whatever the thing is, and then tilde, like 6 letters of it, and then tilde, and then a number. God, I'm making everybody feel old. It's crazy. I grew up with IRC chat, which is exactly what you guys are using now. Okay, I actually don't know how much on the back end, like, for a very, very long time, Twitch was just IRC chat, which is this ancient, like, chat protocol that predates the web. God, I remember, I was so addicted to IRC growing up. And I also had ICQ, which died, I think, while I was on hiatus, or like just before I was on hiatus, they like finally killed ICQ. So ICQ is no more. Also, alas, I found out that probably my Neopets died in an account purge. Also, they open source DOS, so. No, they killed ICQ. ICQ's it just doesn't exist anymore. They like, I think it got bought by like that Russian like VKontakte or something like that, and they can't use it anymore. It's gone. It's gone. It is no more green flower or like different colored flower depending on whether you're offline or was it yellow and red? I think it was yellow and red, but I'm not like, I would not be able to like swear by that. Like if you put a, you know, if you put a water pistol in my head and was like, tell me what color the away marker on ICQ was. I think it's like a yellow flower, but it maybe is like with fewer petals, and I would not be able to tell you offhand. Yeah, first the ISS, and then there's that like static launch test of that rocket that like was not actually a static test at all. It's just they fired into space. It was crazy. No. Hey Koi. Hi Akami. Hi Sneck. Hello Sneck. Hello Koi. We have all sorts of like non-mammals here. Hello, non-mammals. Hello, fellow non-mammals. We shall conspire against the ones with boobs. This is the, it is typical of the mammals to name their entire order after boobs. This is kind of exactly what they would do. Like, do you have boobs? They're just mimics, right? Like they're to lure the mammals into a false sense of security. They're literally called mammals after their mammary glands. They just like, for whatever reason, there's like this like ape mammal that like came up with all the names for some reason, and then they were like, oh well, let's name ourselves after boobs. And then you know what happens? They looked up at the sky, and they saw the whole like, you know, outer space, you know, and the wonders of the local galactic cluster. And you know, and then they decided, it's like, oh, you know what we should do? We should name the vastness of space, or at least like the road of glittering stars that we see at night, after that juice that comes out of our boobs. So, you know, they named it the Galaxy, which is like from like the same root as galactose. It's just they named it after milk, and then they named it as the Milky Way, and then galaxy is like milk, and then it's like, okay, they're just so fixated on this shit, right? Smashing, I'm smashing. I'm absolutely smashing. No, typical species. Naming absolutely everything after like boobs and boob juice and boob this and boob that and boom whatever. Yeah. Am I freezing every couple of seconds? Because I fixed that on somebody else's machine, but my like pausing in my when I move, am I kind of Can you blame us? I seem fine. Okay. All right. No, yeah, fair enough. Okay, all right. Now, if you see me like go like, yeah, just pause for a moment, like, let me know. You don't see anything? You don't see anything? Oh, no, you're blind! Oh, shit. Crap. Fuck. Okay, don't. What we do? We've had somebody. We've had a chatter go blind. Duel's gone blind. Like, okay, the exit door is over here in this direction. Just follow my voice. Just, okay, all right, here. All right, we can get you to, you know, here, over this way, over this way. Oh, shit, oh no, okay, no, this way, okay. All right, just come this way, yeah. No. I'm not trying to get the blind. It's like, you know, if you suddenly become blind in the stream, you know, maybe that's like a liability issue, and I don't think I have my insurance current. So like on stream related injuries, like I don't have my viewers comp certificate. Like I shouldn't be telling you this, but You know, I may have lapsed on renewing my viewers comp, like, insurance policy. So, if you suffer any sort of, like, damage of any kind, oh no, oh shit, oh no. Oh, crap, it's over. Yeah, no, it's over. My liability, it's not limited. Oh no. They're gonna pierce my corporate veil? Oh no, 07? Did I lose the stream? Wait, did we 07 the stream? Stream still up? Oh, okay. I see. I was like, I see 07, and it's like, I was like, wait, the actual bad thing happened. But no. You have to unionize the chat, yeah. Yeah, why is there no chatters union? Like, you know, you guys are so abused by every single streamer out there. Like, they're all like, you know, telling you, like, you know, just do this, do that, do that, do that. You got better unionize. You should demand like an 80% raise in your pay. You know. From, yeah, just take whatever your current pay is and multiply it by 80%, or by 180%, right? And then like that's your new pay, okay? And you also need to get a 50% like increase in vacation hours. Yeah, you bill some of them in exchange, like that's your. Yeah, but like, you know, if we're on some sort of like non-monetary like kind of compensation system where we come up with some sort of like, you know, weird like token of exchange for like interacting with each other, like it's like, yeah. Yeah, your pockets are even more, yeah, exactly, yeah. There you go. No hat. I need to redeem it. I need to fix. You demand 80% more channel points. I also demand 80% more channel points. We need like a channel point stock market, right? So it's like, what if, actually, no, this was something I was planning to do, beforehand, like, just kind of like rolling discounts on like some redeem where it's just like, you know, oh yeah, hey, this is like, you know, the, you know, Kari on the shrimp exchange is like down 20% now, so like you gotta buy your Kari tokens right now while you still can, and then like you have some sort of like wacky like, you know, channel point based like stock exchange, and yeah, shrimp coin to the moon, and then like it does like sentiment analysis on chat or so, I don't know, like there's all sorts of stuff that you could do that would be super like stupid and ridiculous, but yeah. No, I am very excited actually. So like so I have been, you know, on a little bit of a hiatus for a little bit of a hiatus. The biggest hiatus I've ever taken. Actually, that's not technically true. I think technically I streamed like a few times a year before I actually properly started streaming. So technically, this is not the longest, technically, this is not even like 10% of the longest hiatus I've ever taken, okay? Like, this is like, I am like, this is a tiny fraction of the longest hiatus I've ever taken, except, you know, nobody knew it. I just did like 3 like Final Fantasy 14 streams, and then like kind of went and gone, like, you know, went for a year and then came back and then like, yeah. So that didn't count, I don't know. But what if I say it counts, and then I don't have to worry about it. It's like, you know, hey, it was a short break. It wasn't a long and distressing and like unexplained hiatus, like during which like I sort of went completely radio silent and disappeared off the face of the earth. It was just a very short break compared to the 1-year break I took between 2020 and 2021. Imagine being a Final Fantasy 14 streamer. Post-hiatus announcement. Yes, my announcement is that I'm not like on the hiatus anymore, and in fact I'm going to be streaming. Also, speaking of which, I think the order, like the first redeem I did not actually do anything to fix it. I think it just fixed itself, right? It was in some sort of weird state for a moment there, but then it was decided, like, okay, no, never mind. This is actually okay. So, go me, I guess. I write things that can just be plonked onto different computers and not initialized in any way, and then eventually they just kind of work, right? Like, this shit, I'm just that awesome, right? Like, you just use it enough times, it just fixes itself. Like, I just self-fixing codes, like, you know, here, let me give you, like, imagine if I were, like, a chef, like, I was working at a burger joint, and I gave you, like, this kind of thing, and it, like, looked like somebody had stepped on it and, like, smashed it and ran it over, and then, like, you took a bite out of it, and it, like, still looked kind of gross and weird, and then you took another bite out of it, and then it's like, oh, shit, it's a normal burger. Right? Whee! Yeah, error correcting errors. I mean, this whole stream is a mistake, so, you know, everything is an error correcting error here. Yeah. How am I? I am. It cooks inside my stomach. Yeah, programming when it works. It is a lot of code. I vendorized an entire, wait, did I vendorize the library? No, I think I actually, what the fuck did I do? What did I do? There's some library that, like, you know, turns like the hardest part of that thing, right? The hardest part of that first redeem was figuring out how to, like, import the library that turns like numbers into text of those numbers, right? Like, and I had to basically dig up, like, there was, like, it was whatever weird, like, version of C# like StreamerBot runs is, like, a completely different, like, target from, like, whatever this library was. And I wanted to, I tried very hard to write it myself, but it turns out that the English language is so wacky and so full of weird-ass exceptions that, like, you know, trying for, like, you know, several days to try to, like, create, like, some very elaborate, like, thing that converts, like, numbers into words from those numbers, like, is actually, like, a little bit, it doesn't work exactly like I was thinking. So it's like, well, let me try to import it. Well, it's like, this is not just like running as a program that just compiles stuff into. You're like editing in some weird code editor inside like StreamerBot. And it's like, I need to import from a specific like version of this. So I went digging through like old versions of this code and try to like dig through and find the exact version of like that matched exactly with like the version of StreamerBot that I have. And I was going through some weird like Microsoft, like, you know, repository archive site to go to some weird, like, and testing different, it was so weird. It was so weird. It was so strange. It was, like, the most hacky thing I've ever done, and just to have this, like, little kind of funny, funny redeem. So enjoy it. Enjoy it! Nice unhiatus, yeah. I am unhiatused. I have de-hiatused myself. Where's hiatus from? Well, a lot of these words have like very strange like etymologies. Like if you think about the word alcohol, right? Like it starts with an al, so you might think like, oh, it's probably like Arabic. It's like the kahal, right? Like or something like that. So what's the kahal, right? Like, and you'd be right. It is Arabic, and that is the al, like the, right? You know. So yeah, 99, right? Sorry, I just my little diversion about like French. So Canada, there's something called a skill testing question. Like, so if you're not the government and you want to hold like a lottery or sweepstakes or something like that, you need to make sure that it's a test of skill. Otherwise, it's gambling, and that's bad. So what you need to do. What everybody does is, okay, what is enough skill to actually be skill? And they've like tested this in court, right? There's like this like very elaborate like court standard in Canada. Thank you so much for the sub, Dragon. Right? Yeah. It's a lottery captcha. So basically the way it works is like, okay, well, a skill testing question to make this contest of luck into a contest of skill. So for example, like, as an example, like if you win like a prize at like, from the Monopoly game thing, like if you go like get the Monopoly thing at like McDonald's, and you get like you turn on your McDonald's like like Monopoly houses things, right? They give you a little like form and you have to like fill out a little math question. And it's like, in order to qualify as like a skill testing question, it's something like, oh my God, it's huge. It's the new thing. It's the giant, thank you for the bits, but oh my God, it's huge. Okay. So you have to, you have to have at least 4 different numbers in your thing, and I think you have to use at least 2 different, like, mathematical functions, so you can't just, like, do, like, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4. You have to do, like, 1 plus 2 minus 3 divided by 4 or something like that. Is it at least 2? I don't know. It's math, right? You have to do 4 numbers and at least 2 different types of expressions, and like maybe you put parentheses on it, and then you have to do that question, and then you have to answer that question to get your winnings or whatever, because it's a game of skill then. It's and anyway, I was thinking about it. If you're French, which, you know, there's a whole province of Canada and, like, you know, some other parts of Canada that are French, right? That kind of weird thing is built into the number system itself, right? Like, because, like, the number 96, right? In English, that's just like, okay, well, it's kind of like 90, like 9 times 10 plus 6, like, which is whatever. But in French, it's 99, which is literally 420, 10, 9. Or sorry, it was 96? 99. Sorry, that's 99. Well, 96 is the same way. Like, 96. Wait. 60? Shit, fuck. Whatever, we're doing 99. 99, okay? Okay, 99, yeah. Yeah, so it is 99 is like 80, sorry, 40, sorry, 20, 20, 4, wait, no, it's 4, 20, 10, 9, yeah, it's been a while. Okay. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that you have 4 numbers and you're doing like different, like you're multiplying the first 2 and then you're adding the other 2. All right, so it qualifies. It's a skill testing question. The very math, the very number system itself is a skill testing question. Yeah, 420 is a 10 and a 9. Yeah, exactly. Also, it does mean that, like, you know, you speak to a French person and something like, thank you for the sub, Yano. Hello, thank you for the 8 months. You speak to a French person, and it turns out that every single number they have between 80 to 99 starts with a 420. So it's like, you know, if they're high all the time, obviously Canada, like, legalized weed for a reason. Like, this is how it works, right? Like, you know, it's just like, they're saying, they've been saying 420 for, like, an extremely wide range of numbers that are nowhere near 420 from, like, birth. So it's like, the French just has, they're saying 420. Like, you count from 80 to 99 and you're saying 420 over and over and over and over again. Yeah, well, they switched to base 20, but only for, like, the part, like, it's weird. It's so weird. Yeah. And then they, you know, they switch back for, like, 100, right? So it's like, yeah, like, but 80, right, is, like, literally 420s, and then, like, yeah, it's crazy. And 90 is 420, 10. And I think, like, after 16, after 16, it basically goes, like, you know, you're literally saying the 10 and the 7 differently, so it's like, oh, they, oh, that's interesting. Oh. It was 42020. You know, of course, I bet you that somebody counting absentmindedly has called 100 42020, right? If you're just counting, it's like, oh yeah, you know, what is it? 80, 19, 80 or something like that. I don't know. Like if you're thinking like 19, like, you know, it's like maybe you say that. Maybe that's how it works. It's really, 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 really cool when like this kind of stuff like diverges in a weird way. Oh, speaking of which, where we got those numbers from. This is fun, right? So I was watching a video the other day, and it was basically like a history video of basically this. So Genghis Khan went around, you know, Central Asia and like all the way over to the west of like, you know, what is like Persia and like, you know, and then all the way over to the east and like, you know, over to like, you know, Korea, and like just conquered the fuck out of everyone, right? And like, and then he was like, oh, I want to be immortal, right? Because I want to like cultivate stuff. So I was like, oh yeah, I heard about this like Taoist monk over in like, you know, northeastern China, who's like, oh yeah, he's like does this cool like Taoism thing, and he's like immortal, like, or he does like some immortality stuff. So it's like, hey, come to my court. Or I don't really have a court because I'm a nomadic like Mongol who's invading the entire world. So like come to meet me, and then like, you know, give me advice and shit. And it's like, okay, well, Genghis Khan invites you. It's like, I guess you go. And so like his buddy, right, goes around and writes this like, you know, travel log. He's like this tourist diary. And of course, like tourists are the best people to like consult for historians on like if you're wandering around through the world, right? Like you want to hear it from like some tourists because they're all like, oh my God, they eat this weird food and they dress like this. And then they like have this weird like thing that they do when they talk to each other. And then they do this and they do this. And of course, like for historians, that's great because like nobody writes about like, you know, when's the last time you wrote about the random shit that like is around you? Like, you know, in some sort of like, you know, memoir. But like, you know, if you're writing a tourism guide, it's like, okay, well, here's the etiquette of how to behave around these people, blah, blah, blah. And then so you get a really, really great, like, basically, whenever someone becomes like a tourist or, you know, equivalent enough to a tourist in like, you know, the Middle Ages or beforehand or in antiquity or what have you, and they write about it, that's like an amazing, that's basically often like most of what we know about like whoever lived there. Marco. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of an example, but anyway, so what happened was like, I was watching this video and the guy just kind of mentions like randomly, it's like, oh yeah. And then like he had to go all the way over to what is now Iran because like, you know, Genghis Khan was busy conquering the kingdom of Khwarezm, like, and he like said it really quickly, like he just pronounced it as the kingdom of Khwarezm. And it was like, wait a minute, Khwarezm mentioned? I was like so excited because he like said the kingdom of Khwarezm. And I was like, and who are the kingdoms of Khwarezm, you might ask? Well, it turns out there was this guy, Muhammad, and he was from Khwarezm, right? Like, but I think he was in the Baghdad House of Wisdom or something. Anyway, he was writing this book, like he was traveling around, he was like doing all this math, and he was like doing this stuff about how you like, you know, you could do like in like operations on things, like to order numbers in a different way, and like I think it was ordering, I think, or something like he called his like technique the jabber, right? Like, and so he wrote this book called like the jabber, and you know he's a guy from Khwarezm, right? So of course the jabber in Arabic, right? I think jabber is like order or something or whatever. Anyway, so it was like this whole thing about like, oh, how you can like kind of represent like, you know, parts like unknown quantities in this way, and then you can do this kind of these steps to like, you know. And he also like wrote about the Indian numerals, right? Because the Indians were using these like, you know, fancy like positional numbering systems, and it's like really, really interesting, right? Anyway, so this guy's from Khwarezm, right? And he writes this book, and it's called Algebra. And then like the people like translated, like the Greeks are like, they mispronounce it like, or they, you know, pronounce it like in the way that they do, and they're like, oh yeah, no, this guy wrote this algebra. this guy has this technique of algebra, and then it's the algebra book, and what's the and what is the guy who wrote it? Well, I don't know. It's Muhammad, like from Khwarezm, you know, He's a Khwarizmi. He's like he's the only Khwarizmi we know. So he's the Khwarizmi. So it's Mohammed Al-Khwarizmi. But of course, like the k is kind of like hard for them to pronounce, so they're kind of more of a g sound. So it's like, oh yeah, Mohammed Al-Khwarizmi, and you know, with his technique of algorithm, the Mr. Algorithm. It was Mr. Algorithm who wrote the book Al-Jabr with his Indian numerals, and they're like, oh shit, these are cool Arabic numerals. And he's like, they're Indian numerals. Oh, no, this book isn't Arabic. They're clearly Arabic numerals, so like. Oh man, thank you so much for the sub, Grumblehide. Hello. Yeah, so that's how we have the words like algebra and algorithm. It's just like Mohammed Algorithm, like, just wrote the book Algebra. Yeah. No, there's a tweet. No, so here's the thing. I saw the tweet, but I saw the tweet right after I made this whole comment about like this video, and like the video did not mention anything about Mohammed Algorithm. I knew that story already. Like I actually knew about him already, but I had excitedly told this story, like, you know, to the person I was watching this video with, this like history video, and then I opened the feed up and like I see the tweet. I'm like, this is creepy as fuck. What? What the fuck? I literally just said yeah. No, like it was weird. I was like, okay, you know, normally this is just confirmation bias, the sort of like, oh yeah, your phone is listening to everything. Like, and I know it's not actually like a thing, but it's like, I was sorely tempted to be like, oh my God, I literally just told an elaborate story about like the like algorithm, Al-Khwarizmi, right? Like, and it's like, okay, you're fucking with me, right? You're fucking with me. And they were fucking with me. I mean, confirmation bias. Confirmation bias. Yes. Anyway, it's like, it makes, I wonder how many mathematicians have like gone to Khwarizmi because it's like, oh yeah, this is where that algorithm guy was from, like that algorithm celebrity. It's like me taking like a friend on a Scott pilgrimage to Toronto. And it's like, it's fun. Like you just show up in places and you're like, yeah, you just go to central Turkmenistan and you're like, okay, hi, why are you here? They're like, why are you here? It's like, oh, I wanted to see the Goridom place where algorithms are from. Like not actually where the algorithms are from, but like, because he's from Goridom, right? He's not like, the reason they called him like the Goridom is not because like they were in Goridom when they invented them. It's because, oh yeah, he's that guy, like, you know, it's like Joe, like, imagine if they call it like the Chicago, like, imagine if like an entire like thing in mathematics was called the Chicagoan, like, because like it was like, oh yeah, that Joe Chicagoan, Joe, you know, this guy from Chicago, I don't know, Chicago, I don't know what his actual name is. It's like Joe Chicagoan, right? Like, yeah, Leonardo from Vinci, yeah. Al's Shack of Gorithms, yeah, no, I went to math camp when I was like 11, and then we went to this like, this kind of shack kind of thing, right, as a field trip, and it was this guy who like made these like kind of paintings that were named after, I guess he named them after it, but he called them thermospheres, right? And the thing about them was like they were painted on these spheres, and they were basically like paintings of like the perspective of like what you could see from the center of the sphere, projected onto, oh, you're good, you're booing this. Wait, why did that just show up on my feed? Okay, anyway. The Chicago in chess, yeah, exactly. Oh, man. No, but yeah, no, I went to this like shack, and then there was like the weird like. It was so funny because like, you could see in any direction from the inside of the sphere, and like see like the stuff that like, and then of course like because the guy was painting himself, like you see this guy painted like a self-portrait with like the brush kind of like, you know, zooming way into the thing, right? Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's like an orb, right? And it's a painting on an orb, and it's like, you know, the projection of the stuff. California. I think it was South Dakota. South Dakota. The South Dakota. I feel like if you say South Dakota that way, then you might say something like kind of unfortunate. I wonder. Yeah. I mean, the same channel had like a thing on time travel, by the way, for like, you know, tips for being a time traveler and like blending in and having people actually talk to you and not find you weird. And he's like, you know, he's like, stop saying that if I show them like one piece of modern technology or like say that germs exist, that they're gonna burn me as a witch. Like the witch, like it was a thing on like traveling to the Middle Ages, like a guide for like time travelers. And it was like you guys are obsessed with like, you know, thinking that people are gonna burn you as a witch if you like do anything that's like slightly weird. And it's like, no, they're just gonna kind of look at you funny. Like the witch burning craze wasn't even until like the early modern period anyway. Like it wasn't like the Middle Ages were over by the time that everybody's like burning witches, right? Like all they're gonna think is that you're like, you know, some sort of like, you know, weirdo who like the main thing is just like signifying a social class so that they know whether to like, you know, kind of defer to you or to, you know, look on you with contempt, right? That's the whole thing. It's like, you know, somebody new shows up and then everybody is like super awkward because they don't know like what your social class is. And so they don't know like kind of, it's like the Japanese equivalent of not knowing what like kind of keigo to use, right? Like, yeah. And like, and he was also saying like, you know, if you, like, people knew that you could like go and get like weird exotic stuff from China, right? Like at the time in Europe, right? There were these markets like in Aleppo or whatever where you would go and like they'd be trading exotic goods from China. And so if you have like a cell phone or something like that, or something made of some weird plastic or like weird modern clothes, and you talk to people and it's like, you know, you just say like, oh yeah, no, I got it down in the markets in KariChary or whatever, then they'll be like, oh, cool. Like it's some sort of like interesting, like, you know, some exotic material that doesn't exist in Western Europe. Oh yeah, no, it's from China probably. And the funny thing is, it's probably is from China. Like it's like actually like it's still the case that if you have some sort of interesting like plastic doohickey, like it's probably from China. Like nothing has changed in the 1,000 years. Yeah. Stick it in Oculus Quest. Like, they'll think it's magic, but they're not gonna be like, oh yeah, no, this is like the trick is to not be like subversive to like the social order and to not like kind of be like, oh, I have a plot. I know that the king will be like die at this battle, and then you're like, oh shit, are you cursing? Like you don't want to like have people think that you're cursing them, but it's like, you know, some magic kind of might exist, and it's not like completely anathema, like to be like, okay, well, whatever. Yeah, ancient Chinese, yeah, it's the weird magic glowy thing. It's like, oh, yeah, you're exerting like kind of like mystical powers upon the world that are unexplained, and they're okay. Anyway, the idea actually is that like, you know, if you have some sort of weird magic doodad that like, you know, people are looking at, like the real important thing is that like if you show them off and people like, you know, want it, you know, they might, you know, stab you because there's like a ton of like, the reason that they had like the death penalty over everything was because like, you know, they didn't catch anybody, right? So they're like, okay, well, like if you catch you, we'll be really sorry, right? Like, so you know, so the real reason not to show off your cell phone in like, you know, the Middle Ages is probably that it's gonna get stolen, right? Like, you don't want to get like, you know, stabbed by some highwayman and robbed and mugged, right? There's a lot of muggings. Like, yeah. They're gonna assume that. Yeah, oh, they knew about stage magic, right? But like if you have like some sort of weird glowing thing, right? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, no, but that's the thing, right? Like, it's like everything about, like, actually, the very fancy cell phone protocol is very similar today to what it was 900 years ago. It's like if you try to show off this like fancy like glowy like cell phone thing, right? Like if it's like shiny enough, right? Back then, you might be mugged by somebody like, you know, with a knife or something, and they might steal your cell phone from you. And nowadays, like, you know, if you show it off like in the wrong place, like you might get mugged and get your cell phone stolen. And then like if it's like made of some sort of like weird like plastic stuff they haven't seen like a lot, then they're like, oh yeah, no, that's like some sort of weird doodad from like China. And now they would be like, oh yeah, it's some weird doodad from China, right? Don't play Pokemon Go in Sherwood Forest, yeah. No, this was like the, Moe, were you there during the, when I was like going to, I've talked about this, right? Like, so last time I went to Japan, I went to Nagano, and then like, they were like, the Nagano Olympic Stadium just had these big signs being like, please do not climb, please do not go past this point in order to get to the Pokestop, do not play Pokemon Go past this point. This is like just don't trespass for the Pokemon. Yeah. I'm curious, actually. Yeah. Yeah, the trick is to act like you belong, and the trick is to actually come up with, like, some sort of cover story that is kind of plausible, like, and it's not a problem, right? The masculine urge to put a Pokestop just outside Area 51. The feminine urge to put a Pokestop just outside. Wait, what is the feminine urge? Wait. Why Vizfest? Yeah, if you want to play Pokemon Go in some weird place, like, you just wear a high-vis vest. Yeah, that's correct. I think, like... Oh, you know what? I think Dicey Dungeons actually has a play on that. I figured it out. There's a power-up, I think, that shields you in... That was, like, high-vis vest, right? And yeah, it just basically makes you like somewhat immune to status effects and damage, yeah. Hoi! Hello! High-vis vest clipboard, look concerned. And then if anybody like asks you a question, it's like, you know, just Oh. Oh dear. Oh. Wow. Scribbles. just to scribble, like, it's like, All right,
Darkness.
Okay.
Darkness,
Yeah.
darkness.
Darkness.
Hey, I'm orange now. By the way, it wasn't until this redeem play that I was like, holy shit, the school zone sign colors are an inversion of the yellow warning sign colors. Whee! Holy crap. Holy crap, holy shit.
Is light.
Like, that was a realization I had the moment that redeem played for the first time when I had the sign, you know? It was shocking. Shocking and alarming. Yeah. No, the clipboard is important. High-vis vest is important. If it comes to talk to you about some point, some bolted down object, like, yeah, you ask them questions, right? In fact, maybe you just go out and you ask people, well, actually, don't really talk to people, like, just assume that they're doing their job, right? And then they'll assume that you're doing your job, and it's like, yeah. You're like, yeah. It's so fun, like, just the high-vis vest, like, strat, right? Maybe, like, kind of point at things and, like, twirl your pencil under your chin, you know? Yeah. Shakespeare. That's how you... See, Carmen Sandiego is just there the entire time in that high-vis vest. What else? What is the other, like, sort of, like, OSHA thing that you can do? What's the most invisible that you can be? The grade of concrete. I have friends who work in concrete, and I know that always sounds fun, right? And it's like concrete tech. It's like from all I know is like concrete foundations are kind of getting to the point where they're kind of similar to the way that, like, you know, like craft beer brewery is kind of going now, right? Like there's all this stuff, right? Where like the tech is getting really advanced, like in all places at once, right? Where there's all sorts of like stuff that like little computer doohickeys and like sensors and like, you know, compact electronics and lithium ion batteries and like all this kind of shit, right? Has gotten so like, has moved so like uniformly in all these different like little industries over the past like 10, 15 years, right? And so like you'll have a thing where it's like the microbrewery kind of in somebody's house, right? Like has some sort of very elaborate kind of array of sensors that try to get an exact specific curve of pH and like lactic acid and like, you know, various different like metabolites over time so that you like make sure that your taste profile of your like, you know, your beer is like very, very, very precise. And then like, and it's the same with concrete. Like you make sure that your concrete foundation like has an extremely careful like drying and heat curve, right? So you send people to like, you know, give it like whatever specific heating at specific times in order to make sure that it cools in exactly the precise way that is like, you know, calibrated for the particular blend of concrete and maybe rebar and like maybe some other type of concrete. And it's like, it has this particular load and then you have to have it like smooth down, like very carefully down to like, you know, the cool state. And then if you do like, it's like, it lasts for like 30 more years. So it's like your foundation, like you don't have to change your foundation for like, you know, like half a century longer. So it's like, okay, well you save gajillions of dollars if you do this. So it's like, and it's like, it's like the cheese fermentation process, right? Yeah. Honey and water, the yeast, job's done. Job's done. Yeah. Yeah, mead is not too bad. Like, I feel like what's always fun, by the way, is when two people in chat, like, you know, make the same, like, sort of, like, slight topic shift at the same time. And I'm like, oh man, I topic ship you together, right? Like, I'm like, both, like, Moe and Viper, like, I'm like, you're like, you make mead, and you want to make mead, and then maybe mead together? Yeah. Oh my god, you're all huge fucking nerds and you watch the shrimp stream? Who would be who would be a streamer that would like be watched by all of these huge fucking, like, you know, that must be like the biggest nerd, like the most nerdy nerd. Yeah. Hey, would you like to take you as like a mead brewer? Will you mead with me? Why would oh, I didn't even talk about the etymology of alcohol, right? Okay, alcohol is ridiculous, okay? So it's alcohol, right? So it's coal, and coal is like not really related to the other coal, but it's like the pout. It's still a black like kind of sediment, right? What it is it's like lead antimony, I think. And so you like take, it's basically you like distill this powder out of like the mineral, and then it gets used for eyeshadow. So it's like dark eyeshadow, but it's like full of lead. So it's like, yeah, obviously this is, yeah, anyway. Yeah, it is Arabic, yes. And yeah, so it's the coal, right, is this like eyeshadow. And you're like, how does eyeshadow become like, you know, ethanol, right? And then I'm like, okay. So it turns out that they're like, okay, well, let's just call it like anything that you basically like get, like that you kind of get from a powder, like you sort of extract a powder from like a rock or something like that. And then like at some point it's like, oh yeah, so it's just like you're extracting something from something else, right? So it's like, okay, well let's make it like a liquid that you extract from a liquid too. That can also be the coal, right? Like, it's not just, like, it's this one specific like eyeshadow powder, which still exists. And then it's like, oh yeah, no, this other supplement is fine, right? Okay, this water supplement, this like liquid supplement is fine. And then like people are like, no, okay, well, like the liquid supplement we want is like spirit of wine, right? So that's the coal, right? Alcohol is just like the spirit, the liquid spirit of wine. And then like they're like, okay, well, what is the liquid spirit of wine? Well, it is specifically like C2H6O, right? It is this specific like, you know, organic molecule. And then they're like, oh, yes. Yeah, like the iPod, yeah. And all the sort of like retronyms, like the snail mails and the what are some other like retronyms, right? What are some things that we don't have, like CH, yeah, well CH3, yeah, there's 6 H. Sorry, I just did the entire like I was putting myself in the I was putting myself in the shoes of like somebody at the time it was named, which was like mid-19th century, who, no, podcast is from iPods. Yeah, no, it's from, I mean, it's a pun off broadcast, but it's also from iPods. I mean, it's a pun off, it's kind of like broadcast, but it's from pod. iPod broadcast, yeah. Yeah, so it's like, you know, you've got like, I think you have carbon at that point, but like, basically what you do is you burn it and you get different amounts of like CO2 and you get different amounts of water and like, you know, so if you like combust it, right, then you can actually figure out just how much like C, H, and O there are, but you don't know like what their actual like molecular structure is because you don't have like spectrometry yet. So like you can do it by like weight of like ashes and carbon and whatever, right? Like, but broadcast, yeah. That's actually really fun. Remove seed pod casings. Okay, yep. It's a retronym. It could be a retronym. We need to do some podcasts. But like old school podcasts. This is, by the way, something I'm really, 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 really excited for. Now that we're starting, right? I'm going hard. I have more concrete plans to try to see if I can do at least one IRL stream, right? I mean, I want to make them sort of regular thing, but I want to do it first, right? Like an IRL stream, but like I'll still be like me, the shrimp, right? Like, you know, with, you know, my face like this, you know, with you know, we can do VPNs, we can do like very fancy like tracking bullshit, we can do like, you know, we can do this in some sort of like wooded or grassy area without a lot of reflective surfaces. We can like go out into the woods and then get some sort of weird satellite like internet thing and then like do this kind of crazy like gun run-esque kind of like weird shit to like have the most kind of like weird wild VTuber adventure that we can possibly have. I'm so excited. I want to do this. We're gonna do it. I'd love to do it. I'm gonna do it. The Hawaii stream shall come back. I mean, that's one way to do it. Who was here? Was there anybody who was here for the Hawaii? Oh, thank you for the water. Not like a green screen suit. You just point the camera outwards, right? And then you have face tracking. And then you have a VTuber model just out in the world, right? I mean, if you don't see the other body parts, I guess it's... I don't know whether... Okay, do you need back rigging for that? I guess, like, most of the time... You could do some sort of, like, very complicated thing where you put a gyro on the... Okay. Idea, right? You put a gyro on... By the way, it's... I'm resisting in every fiber of my body, not seeing the word gyro in my mind and like trying to change it to hero, right? It's like, oh no, it's pronounced hero. No, not that one's pronounced gyro. Even though they're all Greek, right? Yeah, like it's like if it's like it's not hero, it's yeah. So like, I poked a Lua emoji with a stick. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? So for those of you who don't know, a long time ago, I did a stream from a beach in Hawaii when Demon Dice was doing her concert, right? Hero, yeah. It was the most jank setup ever, right? I was using an iPad that was like hotspotted off of my phone, which was in a Discord call with myself to provide audio, and then the iPad was doing Chrome Remote Desktop into my computer, like, you know, basically 6 time zones away, which was actually running the stream. Hero to hero. It worked. We got a video feed. We got like some audio. We got it was like technically a stream that existed. Like I was able to stream from like literally quarter of the way around for the actual stream was broadcasting from. With like the powers of like, you know, poking around in a desktop on an iPad. The delay was not that bad, yeah. Turns out light is fast, right? Like, light is actually not slow, right? Like there's a lot of things that make the delay worse, and, you know... and light is not exactly that. Like, I don't know, there's more, like, computational bullshit going on in the computer, right? Like, than...
Darkness.
Light is the fastest thing, yeah.
Darkness.
Actually, I think we just saw... What? There's a star that was just observed that we are completely outside the causal cone of all of its causal cones into the future, right? So we're seeing like the like we're seeing it like 6 billion years ago or whatever, or however many billion years ago, right? But because of the expansion of space, like not just the you know, the flat expansion, but because like things are stretching away from each other, right? Like space-time is kind of curved in such a way that no thing that is like causally linked in the future to where that galaxy is now can actually interact with anything that is causally linked to anything that we're doing now. So we see its past, but nothing it can do can like interact with anything that we can do, right, in the future, right? And so it's like light ain't fast enough for that shit. We're getting more streams like the eggs mail. I am planning, and you know, the plan and the hope for the egg mail stream. Yeah, we're seeing something further away. Yeah, well, it's in the past, but in the future, right? Everything is kind of like, yeah, to mail you all eggs. Yeah, do you want to be mailed day-old poultry? Oh my god. Actually, I don't know whether you can mail day-old poultry like from Hawaii. Don't decode eggs mail. Behold the egg mail. I'm gonna spin the. I'm gonna do another BGM, by the way. Ugh. Shuffle. Relative speed and time from a book. Ma. You could paint Easter eggs and send them out. That's true. Wasn't Easter like already a thing? It was like a while. I don't even know when these things are. And he came back. What is it? Yeah. No. So what I would like to do, because I had so much fun with the cheese stream, is I would like to aim for roughly once a week. We do one of those streams, right? Where I do my deep dives with Hikari Cryptus, right? They're not bound to the time frame of Easter. They're also not poultry that can be mailed, unfortunately. But they might be seafood that can be mailed. I think they're fine, actually. You can mail flies, I know that, right? But, yeah, caviar. Yeah, so this is gonna be a thing, right? We're gonna have a thing. I'll give you the topic ahead of time, and it'll be a topic that I just know sort of like some extremely surface facts about, and then we're going to do original research on stream. I'm going to like find out as much as I can about the thing. Like, if you've been to these streams, you've seen this before, right? An envelope of flies, yeah. I think if it's bees, then they have to like take them with holes in them so that they can be like, have air, right? So if you mail bees, right, then the postal service actually has to like, you know, deal with this like shipment of bees that are capable of like actually leaving like with holes and shit. It's like oh shit, bees. But of course there's also like restrictions on what kind of like things that you can send if they're pests like from like one part of like America to another. But yeah. So we'd like, yeah, you have to write live bees, and then if Nicolas Cage gets a job at the post office and he's like, not the bees, not the bees. So, blah, blah, blah. Yes. Are you forbidden from writing it? No, I think, like, you can write it backwards, right? So then it becomes Seeb Evil. I know, it's like Seeb Evil. Bother an entomologist. Like, that's okay. Look. Like, crimes I can tolerate. Like, mislabeling, that's terrible. That's unforgivable. Right? You gonna breathe on the bees? You jest, but like, you know, the way that you knock flies out is just by like pumping enough like carbon dioxide with a little carbon dioxide like pistol into their like tube that they go like, ow! It's so funny when you knock like fruit flies out in a tube. It's like the carbon tube. They go, oh my god! Imagine labeling something a rainbow, a peacock mantis shrimp without it being actually like a rainbow, a peacock, a mantis, or a shrimp. That's crazy, dude. Like, who would do that? Like, what kind of? That seems like that seems like something that somebody would do that would like, you know, that names their like, you know, large grouping of animals and also like their local like area like of the universe, and also like the general notion of like, you know, clusters of matter in the universe after boobs, right? Well, of course look, it's always the humans. The humans are bringing it back to boobs. They're doing the shit with the boobs. It's not my fault that they named all this shit after boobs for some reason. They named themselves after boobs. They named the concept of a galaxy after boobs, right? The whole world too, right? Like all of them, not just in English, right? Like there's a whole bunch of languages in which like every single like in which the word for like, you know, galaxy or, you know, the Milky Way or whatever is still like, you know, boob juice related, right? Like they're just constantly, oh my God. Now, Giga, we're not gonna have any polyphyletic taxons, Mother Earth, because she has boobs! Some astrologist, wasn't it? Yeah. No, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. No, they look at it, and they're like, oh man, that looks like the shit that comes out of boobs. Hey, Grog, have you ever, like, looked up at the stars and, like, don't they look kind of like shit from boobs? That juice from boobs? And then, like, Og is like, yeah, man. What should we call ourselves? Well, let's name ourselves after, like, the concept of having boobs. Why is it named the Milky Way anyway? Because, like, yeah, boobs. No, it's a fixation. You're so lost. Okay, the word galaxy is from, Zeno, the word galaxy is from the, basically from galactose, from milk, right? Like, and so it's like the juice that comes out. It's like the fluid that's secreted from boobs. And also, the word mammal, right, which is the entire order, is like literally from like mammaries, which is like, you know, the word for boobs. Right, galactose, yeah. So they have like the Greek word for boobs. They have, is mammaries like the Latin root for boobs? Is that it? Like, is that what they do? But it's basically like what humans did is that they named like, they just named a bunch of shit, including themselves, and the concept of like, you know, gravitational clusters of stars, right? After like things related to boobs. That's what we're talking about. Yeah. Yeah. The note, yeah. Galaxy, yeah, of course, there's gonna be more, they're gonna name more shit after, yeah. By the way, don't ask about Team Galactic. Sorry, I've ruined that entire generation of Pokemon for you. Don't ask what Cyrus was thinking when... Oh, man. Okay. Yeah. It is kind of weird that, like, you know, when the... They didn't name, like, snow after anything to do with, like, milk? I don't know. The Grand Teton Mountains, yeah. A bunch of stuff where it's like, don't ask about that. There's, like, a whole, like... Like, Algorithm was named after, like, you know, Mohammed from Goritham. But, like, you know... They named their entire, like, clade after boobs, so, yeah. Why wasn't Team Skull more into them? That's another thing that's white, right? Team Skull or Team Boobs? Well, like, that's the, This is really just the, like, prep goth, like, nerd distinction, right? Like, writ large, right? Like, the goths are Team Skull, and then you got, like, you know, Team Galactic is the preps, like, whatever, the jocks because they're into boob, I don't know. The furthest planet upward in the solar system? I mean, to be fair, that one wasn't named until extremely recently, right? Like, that was a recent fucking planet. Like, Pluto is, like, so recently found, right? It's so weird. It's like the last time that, like, people are like, oh, yeah, no, these are definitely planets. And, like, Team Galactic was a cult. I mean, most of the teams are cults, but then a lot of organizations, like, sort of have some amount of flavor of cult to them anyway, right? Why is Uranus given the Greek name? Well, I mean, that was also an extremely late-breaking, like, planet, I guess. Wait, hold on. Wait, isn't Uranus Poseidon? Isn't Poseidon the Greek name? I thought Uranus is the Roman name and Poseidon is the Greek name. Am I wrong? Neptune and Poseidon? Oh, shit. Uranus is... okay, never mind. And Poseidon, Neptune, okay, guys, I was literally gonna play Hades, so I just... Oh, my God. You know, there's an answer to this question. And it's the sort of answer that I find during those deep dive streams, which is not today's stream, but it is going to be a stream this week, right? I think the 4th stream this week is going to be the stream on the Japanese zoning system and how it came to be and what it means and like all this kind of stuff. So I'm going to do a deep dive on Japanese zoning this week, and next week, tentative topic is like the history of like electrical wiring systems and like, you know, socket designs and, you know, hertzes and voltages and amperages and like, you know, when did people use AC and DC and stuff like that. Do viewers can't eat hot dogs? Hot diggity dag. The big monkey. Yeah, socket tier list, yeah. They all look like faces. Oh. I have no ground and I must scream. Hi, Aku. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, uranium. Uranium. I haven't even heard of Kalis. Shit. Hi, Aku. Hi. Hi. Hoi. Hoi. Not monkey enough. Yeah. No. We're gonna do a little fun deep dive into sockets, and I think okay, so my philosophy on these streams, right, is you start with some sort of like thing that like everybody knows about, like basically, but like, you know, there's like definitely some sort of like rabbit hole beneath that, right? And you can start with Wikipedia, but you only start there because what's weirder is like the strange sort of primary sources that people have, right? Like people like generate all of this like this shit where they like wrote about their decisions and they like kind of like it's the weird messy human like aspects of it that are really interesting, right? When people are like, it's like what's the thought process for like doing something deep dive, right? Like you know, if it's in a parliamentary system, well, if it's like anything that involves a law, right? Then you can probably find either the parliamentary record or the congressional record of the debate on the bill that implemented the thing that you're talking about, right? Or some sort of records of like the regulatory notice period of the thing that implemented the thing you're talking about. And then you can go back, you can find the archive of it, like live on stream, and then like look at it and think like, oh, what were the people actually like yelling about here? Like what was the argument about? Like what were people trying to like fix as a problem? Because they would like make the argument before the thing exists, and now that it exists is like, oh yeah, it's always been this way. But like at the time, they'll be like, oh my god, like we gotta do this because like it's very important that we not have like fires because we have the ground. It's like, oh yeah, well these people are doing like 240 volts, so it's like, you know, I don't know, by the way. So I keep myself like ignorant about these sorts of things. Good night, Grelix. Yeah. Yeah, I'm very excited for the deep dives. But yeah, so basically the idea, right, is that like there's a bunch of this stuff, right, where you can actually figure out what people were saying about it. Yeah. Yeah, it's like legislative archaeology, right? But it's like, I love doing this. I love like learning, like doing my own sort of like weird primary, like original research on like learning about shit like live, because it's like that's what's cool about live, right? Is that like, you know, if you're on stream and you're like trying to figure out stuff about something, like you can see the process in real time. It's like we're all learning together. If you like spot something, it's like playing a video game. You're just speed running like knowledge. Yeah. Detective. Being an actual detective, not just like solving these cases that got written for you by some sort of like writer to like, you know, be like this, but like, you know, we just found some stuff. Like there's the one time where like live on stream, like the National Helium Reserve, like the walk-in, the fact that you can actually go on like a kind of like Google Street View style like tour of the entire National Helium Reserve when they put it up for sale. They had the walk around tour, and it's like, we've just found that live on stream. Like, and it was like, oh shit, I guess we're going on a walking tour of the National Helium Reserve now that we found this thing, right? Like, and it was just like, I don't think I've ever done this. Like, there's like a few topics now that I've done this kind of stream, right? Like, there's like emoji, there's the National Helium Reserve, there's you know, the cheese thing. We found like the cheese nun, and like every single time I have like done some sort of like, you know, the emus, like mailing the emus. Like every single time I've done a stream, like taking some sort of weird random topic where it's just like I know a little bit about it, you always find the most like bizarre rabbit holes if you dig like slightly deep. And it's like, I want to find all the rabbit holes. I want to find the entire warren. I want to find the ancient like evil rabbit civilization that is like, you know, lurking just beneath the surface of the strange sentient rabbits that are trying to come up to the like and get inside of our heads and control us like for eternity, right? Like, you know, that's what I want to do. And I think like these sorts of like streams are just like really, yeah, the rabbit lumina, yeah, exactly. Yeah. And you can't find that except by digging, right? You dig down and you find a whole bunch of fun, right? It's like Dwarf Fortress, right? Like you dig, you get fun. Dig down, get fun. Every rabbit hole's goal, yeah, every single one. Every single last rabbit hole. Hylas is obscure. Uranus is only remembered because of the planet. Oh, right. He's like the grandfather, right? He's like Rhea's spouse, right? In the Greek one, right? Is it Caelus and Rhea, or is it Uranus and Rhea? And then Kronos doesn't actually get a, wait, no, Kronos is wait, is Kronos Uranus? Fuck, no, it's not Kronos. Wait, who's like Jupiter's father? Who's the guy who eats everybody, right? I mean, it's Kronos in Hades, right? Like, but what's the? Is that Saturn? Is that Saturn? Saturn. That's Saturn in the Romans. It's in the synchrony. In the synchrony is Saturn. Yeah. Yeah. There is a Saturn planet. But what is it? Hylas is like Kronos' dad. Is that it? And then there's Rhea in the Roman version, but then like, who is she in the Greek version? Man, I don't even need to go to like Japanese zoning laws. I could just do an entire thing on Greek mythology, right? Cronus and Kronos. And one's a Titan and the other one's a Progenos, and they were like syncretized together. Man, synchrony is... We need to do like more synchrony, like... We need more syncretic like streams where it's like you take like two characters and you syncretize them together and you sort of like find some sort of weird mashup of them, and you start like, you know, putting them together. Yeah, Pluto and Pluton. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like, you just like kind of think about them. It's like, oh yeah, no, these kind of sound like the same thing. So let's just like mash them together and do like a weird mashup, and then like that's a thing. Like, right? You just have these things where it's like these cults of some goddess. Thank you for the water. These god cults just kind of get like mashed together, and it's like, and then yeah, you got synchrony. What have you guys been up to, by the way? I've been away for a while, so I have not actually like really asked you know, what to do. Anybody have any like cool things they've been up to over the summer? What is the what is hanging in chatland, in the vast lands of the chat? You've been okay? The Almighty Johnsons. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Uller. Yeah. I think there was an Uller in like I think I learned Uller from like the Deities and Demigods sourcebook for 3rd edition or something like that. Right? I think it was like in the Norse section. How is shrimp? Shrimp is good. Shrimp is pretty good now. Shrimp is back on the game. I am going to be streaming a lot more. It's Forbidden City. The Roman gods are stolen from the Greeks, stolen from the Egyptians, stolen from the Sumerians. Yeah. 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 I'm going to try to avoid at least unannounced hiatuses, and hiatuses in general. I think I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna do what I can to avoid it. I think we're out of the we're out of the woods on that, but yeah. I mean, like, there might be like things like trips, but I would like to like give at least some like content during trips if I go like to like Japan again or something like that, or I'm gonna try like getting a stream or something like that. Maybe visit a snake or something, you know. I think I actually know somebody who like streams now in like basically every destination that I could like, you know, reasonably expect to go. So maybe off collabs, question mark, right? Because I know like I have some friends who are moving to Japan, and like, you know, there's people in like, I now have like people I know in Europe, and like, you know, if I can be like, hey streamer, hey, can I, you got a streaming setup, right? Can I get a little bit of the, maybe can I please can I stream on the thing, the stream? Can I be on the stream that this is stream? Maybe stream? Can stream? Can I? The Pi religion. Man, Proto-Indo-European has like the funniest like unintentional like acronym, right? Like, it's like, ah yes, it all comes back to Pi. That can palette swap, and there will be more palette swaps. Could I have a crumb of Strem? I've been away from Strem for 48 hours and I'm dying. I was on a plane and I was not able to stream. And I'm like, thank you, Cat. Thank you, Ginger. Oh, there will be more palette swaps. I love that everyone can palette swap their model. And I like that that there's actually a ton of flexibility in the that is untapped in the VTube Studio like API. There's a whole bunch of shit that, like, you know, I'm it's my horrible tech instinct to be like, oh, well, you see, what I need to do in order to improve the stream is to write a binary in the language Go, and then I run it on my computer, and then like it will, you know, you cue a series of events to make my model go into places, right? Please, can I have one more bit of stream, please? Please. Can I have some? Blah. The thread of history is so kind of crazy, right? Because like you look at like any history stuff, and it's like there's a whole, oh, I mean, maybe Blazy. Maybe Blazy. You love my design? I don't actually show myself off that much. Hi, Blazy. Rebuilding the internet. Yeah, just so I have the one. Yeah, no, it's like, guys, we're going in. A shrimp is going to rewrite the border gateway protocol. I know, that's a problem, right? It's like, the problem with the thing is the way that the thing is currently is that the art meshes, you can't really figure out where the fuck they are unless you like pin an invisible item to them and then remove an invisible item. Like I was literally in chat and then Denshi was in chat and I like said, it's like, well, I don't know, would this work? And he was like, well, it sounds like it would work. And I was like, Denshi, please, can we just know where an art mesh is? Like, you know where the art meshes are. Can we just ask where a freaking art mesh is? I want to know where my nose is without like having like an invisible object just like pin and unpin and pin and unpin and like, you know. It's like the opposite of like me shaking the gate being like, let me pin! Let me pin! Because I don't want to pin. I want to pin. I just want to know where my I want to know where my nose is so I can like fire the missiles at it, you know. Fire the missiles. Also, hi Snorlax. Craziest part of history. Yeah. We're not recording it. We gotta, but I am tired. Okay, take a nap. Then fire the missiles. This is what happens when you have a French shrimp. Like. God, that is ancient internet, right? I was like, I had like a YouTube notification. I was like, there's a new ASDF movie out. I'm like, what the fuck? That's a thing still? Like, I thought the ASDF movies were a thing of ancient and like terrifying legend from the distant past, right? It's like when I hear that ICQ like stopped existing, it's like, oh no. Hello. The ancient edition. Is Bird Up coming back? Bird Up will come back. Bird Up will come back. We will have Bird Up. Bird shall be up. Thank you for the 3-month stem shields. Tomska needs the money! I mean, Tomska probably gets a whole bunch of like views from the old videos though, right? Oh, the ancient internets. Remember the ancient internets of Dracula Flow 2? Before Dracula Flow jumped the shark with Dracula 4.4 and everyone like, you know, wandered off. Like, remember when Dracula Flow, like the ancient internets of like, you know, a few months ago or whatever. Oh, time is so weird on the internet. 55. And no, you're the IQ. 90 nuts? Oh god, YTMND. Can you imagine if YTMND existed in the same like cultural milieu as VTubers and VTuber culture? Like that would be ridiculous, right? Like we'd have like, you know, more Calliope YTMNDs and like, you know, just like, you know, all of the weird like, you know, dances and like crazy like it would be too much. Like it would be so much concentrated internetronium that like it would cause like a implosion and black hole and bring about the false vacuum and end the universe. Like it would be terrible, right? It would destroy everything. Things would be like utterly yeah, I know, right? Like it would like we would not be able to handle that. So like this is actually what happened is like, you know, you wonder why time travelers are not messing with the timeline. It's because they like quietly like killed off like YTMND. They made it like not relevant to the culture anymore. In fact, what they did was they turned it like they basically, okay, the way that like, you know, the way that the time travelers like erase things from like pop culture relevancy is that they actually it's called like a Berenstein shift, right? So they basically shift the relevancy of the thing to the other timeline, like where, you know, the Bernstein timeline instead of the Berenstein timeline, right? And so you push it over to that timeline, and then the culture that like would react improperly with the original like piece of culture stays on the current timeline and it gets like spawned later. So it's like it's actually a very, very careful like set of pruning where they have to go and they have to like use the different like shifts in order to like push like YTMND off of this timeline here so that like VTubers can start safely and then like, you know, you get, yeah, etc. Like it's a whole, you know, it's a whole like careful art, and that's why they don't like go and like interfere in like, you know, other world events, right? Like they're just like trying too hard to like prevent the cultural sort of like chain reaction from like getting too big. Yeah, I'm just telling you, right? Yeah, exactly. You prune the timeline, but like it's of like cultural phenomena because memes are the DNA of the soul, right? Like it's how that works, right? So, you know, there's the other timeline where it's like, you know, YTMND like is still very relevant, but like VTubers don't exist. And then this one is the one like you've seen how like Tumblr like and all this shit like, you know, keeps like disappearing and coming back and disappearing and coming back and disappearing and coming, like, you know, you sometimes have to do some like really weird like timeline like culture spaghetti in order to like actually make things like kind of work, right? So look, I think this is like the weird bum timeline in which they put all the like, you know, you got basically when you're doing the organization, like you have some room be like the sort of like room where you kind of throw the shit like kind of carefully together and just kind of keep it apart. Like you start, you know, you start with one timeline that you're trying to keep like relatively pristine, and then like you have another timeline that's like you kind of like, okay, well this is where the secondary stuff you kind of organize this, and then like there's the one where you're just kind of throwing stuff in and out to like make sure it just doesn't touch each other and like kind of like explode, right? So that's where we are. Yeah, we're not on the Justin TV's timeline that got like, you know, pushed off. But then the Justin TV timeline, it's just like a bunch of people like doing like 24-hour like IRL live streams all the time, right? So like the world in which everybody is just like making little Truman shows of themselves, right? That's like the Justin TV timeline, because that's the timeline in which the Justin TV model like kind of gets extended, and then like, you know, you have like KariTV, you have all like, you know, and then, but the problem is that then like off of the like domain name fees, like the kingdom of like Tuvalu actually ends up becoming so strong that it actually ends up like going on the domain extension wars, right? Like, so that's happening in that timeline. And so, you know, but like, just be glad that Tuvalu is not launching a sort of like take over the British Indian Ocean territory so that they can unite the domains of TV and IO into one like glorious like domain, right? Yeah. Can you imagine like the universe in which like TLDs are like so like insane that like you foment a coup in a country like and take it over, but you need to take it over not so thoroughly that they lose recognition, right? Because if you actually like take over a country too much, then like you might lose the TLD. Like I think like SU is just gone now, right? And like nobody can really issue domains in it. There's some like country that like, you know, oh yeah, I think it might have been Tuvalu, right? Like if it floods too much, right? This is really dark, I'm sorry. Then maybe .tv domain cease to exist because like the issuing authority doesn't exist as a country anymore. It's like, this is really, really dark. Everybody flies away. So it's like, you know, global warming might like cause the URL to change. Like that's a real thing, right? That's not part of my sort of like weird, like, you know, strange, like, you know, timeline, like fanfic about, is it fanfic? It's not a fic. It's not about some other person's like creative work, so it's not a fanfic, it's a fic. It's a fiction. It's just a work of fiction. It's not my other work of fiction. It is just it is a commentary on a very real and very like, you know, strange phenomenon of like, okay, well, the country ceases to exist, so the TLD ceases to exist because the ISO country code ceases to exist. Okay. Load-bearing coconut PNG. God, remember that? There's that one game, which I will not name here. Speculative fiction. Oh my god, this chair is so loud. Oh, I can actually stand. How do we stand? I'm gonna stand up. Okay. So, there was a reason, by the way, that I always, like, had some weird trouble with standing desks, because I, like, got nauseous all the time. I always have to be sitting or moving, not standing. Like, I would be very, 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 very bad as, like, a British, like, palace guard, right? Like, a beef eater. I mean, I love beef, but, like, I'd be a terrible beef eater because, like, if I'm not, like, constantly, like, walking, right, or pacing or moving around, I cannot stand in one place. Like, I literally get sick. I was, like, in choir, and it was a hot day, and because I was standing in one place, I, like, ran out, and I barfed, like, in the middle of a song. I ran out into the hallway, out from my choir, like, position, ran out, barfed in the middle of a song, came back, and then I was, like, very dumb. So I tried to sing after I'd barfed and, like, destroyed my throat in the hallway. So I was like, oh, I can't actually stand still under normal circumstances for any length of time because I get very, very, like, kind of weird and ill doing that. But, oh, okay. Well. Bleh. Bleh. Okay. So, all right. Been yapping for a little bit. I think. Let's see. What is the next thing to do? I think I might, like, play a video game. A treadmill desk, yeah. I mean, a treadmill desk is a thing, right? I think the tricky problem is that, like, you know, I think walking forward is, like, I mean, that's a possibility too. Holy crap. Hold on, let me go into there. Oh, May is yapping hard. Hold on. And that, God, it's been so cool to see, like, all the cool shit that May's been doing. Let's see. Let me move into there. Hopefully all this works, right? All right. Blazy, can you post that again? Oh my god. Ow! Wait, I can be bigger. See, I don't even have the audio, like, mouth thing, right? So, like, I don't even get to talk to do the kind of, like, yapping, right? Like, I actually have to move my mouth. So, Can I just say, by the way, how proud I am of this little, like, fading out at the edges, right? Like, look at this. Look at how that works. Look at, isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? Like, it's like, it's like a real display. Oh my, ow, 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 ow. Don't do that. Don't freaking punch me. Ow. Oh. Ah, see, you're aiming the wrong direction. See, if you do the right channel point redeem on Kyo's channel, then you can actually, like, reverse the, you can reverse the thing left to right, and then you'd be able to, like, actually shoot me, but, like, in fact, you're firing... KyoHaru is shooting the wrong direction with that one. No, this is correct. You know, one day I'll actually, like, unlock some of my powers and then become a cold crone, you know? Yeah, unfortunately, Canada Day over. But America Day, not yet. I was looking at the citizenship oath, actually, for America. Like, if I take it, right? I'm gonna have to, like, abjure any prince or foreign potentate. Why does it say prince? Like, it doesn't say king, right? Or potentate is it that a king is not a potentate, or, and then, like... Hold on. Let's get the, hold on, let me get out of here. Let me get out of here and let me get you, like, the citizenship oath or something like that. The American citizenship oath. Oh, the Oath of Allegiance, yeah, okay. So, here. So, we go out. Well. Okay. All right. So, I want to make sure that this actually works. Okay, here we go. Can you guys read that? Can you guys read that? Yeah, so see, okay. So it's like, I hereby declare on oath that I absolutely and entirely renounce and abjure any allegiance and fidelity to any foreign prince, potentate, state, or sovereignty of whom, like, they, like, it's specifically princes, right? It's not kings, it's not monarchs, it's not emperors, it's not, like, you know, it's princes, right? It's like, why princes specifically? Like, is a potentate just, like, king, emperor, that kind of stuff, but, like, a prince is not good enough to be? Like, what about Grand Duke, right? It's like, Grand Duke doesn't actually, like, get to the, like, it's weird, right? Like, what? Or sovereignty? I don't know. Like, what? Why prince? Like, what is special about the sort of, like, status of prince that, like, makes it in some sort of weird, like, you know, strange, like, navel of this, like, sovereignty covers kings and emperors. Well, is, like, grand duchies is too small? Like, is a sovereignty not a prince then, I guess? Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. No, you have to abjure the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, right? You also have to abjure the artist formerly known as Prince. Well, actually, you don't have to, they're formerly known as Prince. Actually, you know, maybe they abjured all, oh, no, wait, actually, the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air is not a foreign prince. Wait a minute. Does that mean if that, like, if the prince ends up being American? Okay, let's say the Prince of, like, Wales, like, gets born in America so that he's actually also American, right? You have to abjure the band queen unless they become American. Okay, the potentate is a person who possesses great power of his sovereign monarch or rule, but not, yeah. But then you separately have to, like, abjure princes, right? I don't know. This is, like, very weird. Like, can you actually see it? Am I blocking the prince with my head? I think I'm blocking. There you go. Here, see the prince. Prince is a generic term for a ruler. Like, there's a whole hierarchy of, like, there's a tier list of these words, right? And it's based on their land holdings, right? Like a principality, right? There's like there's a kingdom, there's an empire, a kingdom, a principality, like a barony. I don't know. We don't see a lot of baronies. Like, I guess are baronies like really small? Because a county obviously is huge, right? Like the counts, right? Like, and I always think that barons are like have a higher rank than they do, but it's really dukes that are like really high up, right? I always flip barons and dukes for some reason. I always think that like barons are the bigger ones than dukes, but maybe that's like too much Dune. Maybe I'm like my Dune heads are too big. Yeah, barons are like much lower than like, I think they're like even lower than counts, right? Like, are you just fucked with this one? No, okay, so yeah, you are not fucked if you're an atheist. What happens is that for whatever reason, you have, you know, you can just decide to do this. Yeah, so you're fine. No, there's a First Amendment, you know. So yeah, no, if you're an atheist, you're just like, tell them like, oh yeah, I just want to say like solemnly affirm instead of on oath, and then not say the last part. So it's like, yeah, you're fine. Yeah. But actually, speaking of which, speaking of the First Amendment, guess what? There was okay, there have been a lot of really bad Supreme Court decisions recently, but there's also a pretty good Supreme Court decision that just came out. So I just want to say there's something of relevance maybe to us, that basically, I think yesterday, the US Supreme Court ruled that internet moderation is an activity protected by the First Amendment. So the state cannot actually, like, you know, interfere with private entities' decisions about like what content to moderate and who to moderate and what contents to delete and like who to ban, right? Yeah. So it was a 6-3 decision with the 3 like liberal justices and like, you know, half of the conservative justices ruling that like basically like content moderation is protected by the First Amendment. So yeah, Jenny's are no. Yeah, Jenny is now. See, now, whenever, you know, somebody complains to a moderator and is like, why did you ban me? And then the moderator can go back and be like, First Amendment, bitches! I'm exercising my First Amendment rights. This is a free country. I can be... The Supreme Court ruled in July 1st, not June 30th, I think, July 1st. Yeah. Why did you ban me? Because it's my sovereign right as a resident of the United States, as a United State of America. Yeah. No, it's they're allowed. That would be competing government interests, right? Like, I think it depends, right? But okay. So the specific thing is that the government is not allowed to ban them from discriminating based on political viewpoint, right? So they, like, you can content moderate. Like, basically, what they said is that content moderation is a form of speech, even if, like, the number of messages, like, if you're collating a whole bunch of people's messages and, like, kind of forming them into massaging them into the sort of bread dough of a community that you like, are, you know, presenting as your thing on your platform, right? Then that is a speech act, even if the number of, like, messages you're banning are very, very low. If you, like, really, 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 really don't like those messages, then, like, banning them is a form of, like, speaking, basically, as the entire rest of the body of messages, right? So, I think, honestly, depending on whether, depending on, like, exactly what the, you know, you might actually be able to do it if it's discrimination, because that's a speech thing. Like, you're allowed to make discriminatory speech, and then, like, if it's a, like, yeah, peon. I think, actually, it is entirely possible that the ruling does, in fact, I mean, I am not a sorry. The Shrimp is not an American constitutional lawyer, so please do not get your American constitutional law advice from random mantis shrimp VTubers that you found on the internet who are not even really American, although they do live here, and, like, you know, like, hopefully that, yeah, just, I mean, if you do get it from me, I'm flattered, but don't, like, yeah. Am I a constitutional lawyer for other countries? Wait, can I plead the fifth? Apparently some Canadians, like, watch so much, like, American television that they just, like, plead the fifth. And they exercise their, you know, they're like, you know, I'm exercising my Fifth Amendment rights. And it's like, yeah, this is Canada. We drink tea here still. Wait a minute. Hold on. I saw something about something or other. Hold on. Let me see if I can... Hold on. I want to see this. Let's see. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see. Step up. Alright, I remember the thing. I'm just trying to think that... See, I saw a VTuber news, like, person, like, say something about, like, some sort of award from the Immunodeficiency Foundation that was recognized in some way in Congress and something, and then they're like, oh my god, VTubers are now a thing in Congress, and it's like, okay. I'm now, like, that was just enough details for me to be actually kind of curious about what the real story is there, right? Yeah, they have to, like, follow, like, basically all the platforms have to follow all of the laws in the place where they're located, right? The fifth point of the charter, yeah, the charter. What is the fifth, like, what is the fifth part of the charter? Hold on. It's funny, like, the American Bill of Rights is from, like, the 1780s or whatever, and then, like, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms are from the 1980s. It's like, what, 1982? Yeah. It's like, literally, there's, like, tons of people, like, most of the people alive are, like, predate the charter, so. Okay, charter. Download your charter. I want to download a charter. Give me a charter. Please give me a charter. Give me a charter. What's the fifth part of the charter? Fifth part of the charter. There will be parliament! That's the fifth point of the charter. A parliament will meet at least once a year. We'll at least be around once a year. That's like so. That's kind of actually pretty funny, right? Like, it's like we will do at least one meeting a year. The parliament of the country. Oh man. Okay. Oh, the EU charter. Oh, not the Canadian charter. I mean, no, I saw Canadian law from Peon and Moy. You didn't mean the Canadian one? Okay, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so by a 2/3 majority, if there's an actual, like, war, then you can, like, you know, make it more than 5 years. See, this is the thing. You know, it's like, you know that it's newer than like you know it's in the modern era because like the actual constitutional document talks about permanent residence. Let's see. Yeah, so this is like the 8th, like, you know. I'm curious, like the EU charter. All right, what's the 5th one? If you plead the 5th in Europe, what are you pleading? All right, Article 3. Oh, I mean, this is good. This is like the 13th one, right? It's not a bad one. If all members are present or vouch to be present, like, is this? Oh, it always reminds me of the funny thing, where it's like constitutionally, like Australians are not allowed to have Australian like parliament, like members of parliament are not allowed to have dual citizenships. Where like, you know, I still think that we could make like billions of dollars by just holding the entire Australian parliament to ransom by like teaming up with some small nation to like naturalize them if they try to like not give us like billions of dollars, right? And be like, you know, we're gonna pass a law that by operation of right, like, you know, naturalizes any members of the Australian Parliament that don't give us $1 billion. And if they like make any moves to try to amend the Constitution, then that automatically naturalizes them too, which makes them no longer members of Parliament, which means that they're no longer like legally like permitted to. Because okay, so I guess the thing is, if you cause too much of a constitutional crisis, the Australian system does have a sort of get out of jail free card, which is like, you know, you call in King Charles to fix it, right? He just like declares himself an absolute monarch and he fixes your constitution and he like jets off, right? If you have some sort of like strange island nation that is threatening to like constitutionally like kick all of your parliamentarians out of parliament by like naturalizing them, right? Because you like, if you, okay, do you, I should back up and say yeah, Tuvalu coming in with a steel. Yeah, exactly. Right? Can you imagine, like, you know, the war where, like, Australia invades a country because the country is, like, threatening to, you know, naturalize all of them, and then they reveal that the clause in the law all along says that if there's any sort of, like, you know, threat of invasion that is, like, determined by, like, some sort of objective measure that kicks in, then that automatically makes them naturalized, and that means that they weren't actually, like, you know, members of parliament the entire time, so they couldn't declare. Yeah. Hi, Small. See, this is what Tuvalu should do. If they weren't making the money from, like, the domain names, they should just, like, hold Australia to ransom. It probably needs to be somewhere that has, like, mutual diplomatic, like, recognition, right? But, you know. But, you know, there's all sorts of countries that are not that friendly with Australia that could do some, like, very funny things. Like, just naturalize all of your parliamentarians, haha. You don't get to pass laws anymore that get to, like, you know, no backsies. Yeah, it would be a good bit. Boo, 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 boo. What is it? All right, what's the... Yeah, constitutional right to interpreter. Constitutional, like, bilingualism in New Brunswick. Yeah. Oh, let's look at the Articles of Confederation. Because, like, the Articles of, like... I diagnosed you with citizenship. Hold on. The Articles of Confederation, like, have a... Hey, Canada can come to clause, right? This was like the proto-constitution, like before the actual constitution. This was like kind of like the weird weak, like kind of, this was like when the United States was basically trying to be like a UN or an EU or something like that. It was just like more of a multinational organization than like a country, right? It's like a confederacy. Like it was like all of the states were just like the states, and then like there's just a very, very loose kind of thing, right? And then like, where's the, Vagabonds. Paupers and vagabonds are not entitled to privileges and immunities in the several states, right? If you're a vagabond, you cannot go, like, you don't have freedom of movement, right? Oh, man. God. Delegates in meets in Congress. No state shall be represented by less than 2 and more than 7 members. Each state shall have 1 vote. This is like the proto-senate. No state shall... Okay, so foreign affairs kind of is a thing, right? Where's the Canada can join too clause? Why is this all lowercase? Oh my god. This is like really hard to... This is like OCR or something like that. This is the government archives site. Hold on. Oh, here we go. All right, here we go. We found it. This is like the... Hey, Canada, you want to come and join our thing? Like, Look, Canada acceding to this confederation and joining in the measures of the United States shall be admitted into and entitled to all the advantages of this union, but no other colony shall be admitted into the same unless such admission be agreed to by 9 states. So, like, literally, they have a clause which is like, okay, like, anybody, like, you know, you need to have 9 of the 13, like, actually agree to, like, let you join if they want to join. But Canada gets in free. Canada, you want to come? Like, Canada, please. Like, Canada, come on. Canada, like, we got a cool confederation down here. Like, you want to come, Canada? Like, you wanna come and join us, Canada? Canada, please, Canada. Vagabond. Yeah, you laugh, you lose. Yeah. There's a lot of weird Canada clauses in laws, right? Like, there's the Canadians are like immune, like, are visa exempt clause, right? Hold on. Canada. Hold on. Where's the? There's the, let me find the law. The law! Canadians do not need, where's the, citizens of Canada, is there like, give me the, oh yes, okay, here we go. So weird that, like, it's random side, like, there's not like an official government website really that, like, gives you the law, right? Like, it's so fucking, so American, right? Like, just to make a bunch of private entities do it. I'm trying to find it. Exempt. Oh yeah, and then the weird, like, blood quantum stuff. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. This is the Code of Federal Regulations. See, I'm trying to get from the Code of Federal... Here. Here's where I'm at, right? So, like, I'm trying to get from here, right? I'm at the Code of Federal Regulations, and I'm trying to get from here to, like, the actual statute, because it's a statute, right? It's not a regulation. But, like, the regulation is like, okay, well, here we have these, like, specific programs, like, you know, Nexus and FAST and whatever, right? Like, and, you know, here's the documents that you need to present and whatever, but, like, I need to, like... Yeah, so Canadian, like, sports teams, under the regulations, like, have, like, different, let's see. Yeah, if you're traveling with a sports group, then you don't need a birth certificate. So you don't need a passport at the border if you're under 19. So if you're in a bus, right? You can just show your birth certificate. But you need to have, like, the name of the sports team. The maple-flavored Americans? Yeah. Australia's constitution has conditions to allow New Zealand to join them at any time. And yet New Zealand still, like, makes the, you know... And yet the New Zealand, like, dual citizenship still, like, fucks over a bunch of their parliamentarians by making them have to leave. You know, it's crazy. Hold on. Where's the adult leading the group, driver's license, enhanced deal... Where is the... Why did this thing shit not link back to the... Hold on. Notwithstanding... Okay. Do I have INA whatever? Hold on. I want to get the Immigration Nationality Act. Okay. I want to get the section of the INA that has the thing. Okay. That's the K section. Hold on. Can I get to this? Okay. Here. Hold on. Canada. This is the... Hold on. This is, like, related to, like... Okay. Canada Free Trade Agreement. Canada. Canadian... No. Hold on. I'm so confused. Can't find it. Damn it. Okay. Anyway. I mean, they also have to be... Wait, were they under 19? Was it like a youth sports group? Yeah. They have to be Canadians and they have to be still showing like evidence of their citizenship, right? They just don't need a passport, right? They still need to like show birth certificates or stuff like that, and they need to be going over over land. The thing that like Charlie might have been having trouble with esports is like the P visa, I think, or there's like a specific sports visa, right? Like, so the sections of this law here, hold on, let me see if I can find the, wait, hold on, where is it? Hold on. Is there a non-immigrant thing? Hold on. Okay, here we go. Okay. So it's probably the P section of this. Like, this is like all of the various non-immigrant visas in these like sections are actually named after the subsection, right? So if you see an H-1B visa, it's because like it's section H-1B of this thing, right? So H-1B because A was repealed, right? So so an H-1B is this like thing, right? And then like I think the P one is like athletes. Yeah, okay, here we go. So a P1A is like, you know, a performer. Oh wait, no, actually, no. Wait. A is athletes and B is entertainers. And so I think the athletes, I think they basically ran into the problem where it's like they were not actually considered to be athletes or something like that. Yeah. Hi, Omega! They're shipped to Canada. But yeah, but like, I think they have to actually be Canadians though. Hi, Omega! Oh, thank you for the water. Wait, I'm out of water. I might take a little bit of a quick, like, hop out for a few minutes, get a little bit of water. And then maybe we'll play some Hades. It's good. I am getting back into the game. I am like, I've been on an extremely long hiatus, which is good. I mean, not good. That's right. It's not good that I've been on hiatus, but it's good that I'm back from the hiatus. Yeah. And now I'm back, all right? I'm back. Sorry, that didn't track. I am back. I'm coming back. And I will be back, and I will be streaming many times, and I will be doing a lot of things. I will be playing. I'll be here. You'll see. You won't get it. You can't get it. I'm just gonna be like here in front of you. I'm so back. Yes, I am so back. I am a kind of back that you couldn't possibly imagine. My level of back will be so great that like it'll be painful at age 40. I'll be so back that I will be a meme by a bodybuilding Austrian actor who then becomes governor of California. I'm so back that like my compositions will define the history of Baroque music like for generations to come, right? I'm so back that, wait, hold on, what's another thing I can say? Think of, right? I'm so back that I'll be broken on a DC Comics cover about Bane? I don't know. Yeah, that's okay. All right. I'll be back. Ba 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 ba. Hey, Why do musicians eat so much during the first 3 movements of a symphony? Because the 4th one is bowel. Hi, Mara.
Let's go, lesbians! Let's go!
Okay, all right. I'm gonna get some more water. Okay, well, I'll be right back. Bye, see ya, bye. I'll be back in a moment. What? No. You scare me. Huh. You know, the perception of time when you're a streamer is very strange, right? So, hi, Cooksy. Yeah. No, the funny thing is that I'm made of elemental bagnium. I don't even have a back, right? It's like I'm a VTuber. Like VTubers tend not to actually have real backs. Yeah, like time flies when you're having fun, but it's like very strange, right? Because like, you know, as a streamer, right? Like there's a time, like, you know, you have like your sense of like how you feel at a particular time in the stream. And then you see like, you know, you have a clock, and then, you know, if you're like me, I don't actually have anything, like, in order to actually see the clock, right, of how long I've been live, right, I actually have to move a bunch of windows out of the way and maybe scroll on this, like, little touchpad thing, right? I can't actually see. Yeah, the Ina back, yeah. Dude, the Ina back was so powerful. Yes. And what's kind of funny is like, you know, you can kind of judge your mood by figuring out like when you get to a certain period of like how you feel. Like you look at the time, and if the time that is elapsed is very small, right? Then you're still feeling kind of like a little bit shit, right? And then if you feel great, right? Then you'll look at the time and it'll be like 9 hours. I'm like, oh, okay, I feel a lot better. Like, which is kind of unfortunate, right? It means like, literally the universe, like our perception of time is being cruel to us, right? Because it literally just has us perceive less time when we're feeling good. It's like, it's just literally a sadist, right? Like our brains are like sadists to ourselves because like it's horrible, right? You have to scrunch super hard to read the tiny numbers. I mean, my OBS is like covered by like 15 tabs that I've opened since the beginning of stream, containing like several like pages of like multiple countries like constitutional and regulatory law, right? Like this is what has happened, right? Like this is what I've done. This is the fate that has befallen me, right? Yeah, the older we get, the less time we have. So, you know, I guess the cure to aging is to be very, very, very bored and depressed. Right? I have been yapping, but I have not been yapping for that long. I've only been yapping for 2.5 hours, I guess 2.5 hours. So I guess that's the thing, right? Yapping too is, I think, goes a little bit slower than like, wee, not too depressed yet. I mean, if you're too depressed, then like, you know, you don't really do anything. You just, yeah. No, but like, it's funny, right? Because like 2.5 hours of yapping, right, is that's a very long time yapping, but it's not a long time streaming. At least it doesn't like for my like kind of sense of streaming. It's like I feel like I'm losing a little bit of steam, but like, you know, there's all sorts of weird things too, like with streaming that like kind of inject a whole bunch of steam back into you, right? So if you get like, if you have really active chat, right, then you're like, oh yeah, I'm bouncing. But then like, you know, if there's some sort of like weird lull, like, you know, you have like, you know, things like kind of slow down for a bit, and then you have to like think of like things to say, and then you think of a second thing to say, and then that can like kind of really slow down your perception of time. And then like if somebody like, you know, if there's like a raid or something like that, if there's like some sort of weird crazy excitement, if like some sort of like you get into some sort of crazy discussion with like a specific person, right? Like then like those things can really speed up your perception of time. So it's like really kind of would be really interesting, right? Would be really interesting to have an experiment where you hide time stamps on chat or something like that, and you get a VTuber, or well, it doesn't have a VTuber. Okay, VTubers are the only streamers that I actually like really pay attention to. So I just think VTuber when I think streamer, which is that's my particular thing. Like maybe one day in the future, they will invent the medium where people actually like take cameras and point them at their faces and then they play video games on stream. But like for the time being, the only way that people actually stream, right, is by, you know, having like complex motion capture like technology to like map everybody's like faces to anime avatars, right? Like we have not actually figured out a way to get like actual like, you know, videos of faces. Like that's not a thing, right? Like we have not invented this like technology, and I don't even know whether it would work like culturally. Like it would be weird, right? It was like, it's kind of like, why would somebody do that, right? Like why would somebody like put their face on a, you know, next to a game, right? Like that's weird, right? That's what would be the point of that, right? Yeah, cameras steal your soul, right? And then like, you know, you'll have to like have these like little soul derivatives and
darkness.
like
Darkness.
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 Oh, damn. That's what Zook is doing. Yeah, but his VTuber model sucks. Like he's a VTuber too, right? Have you seen his VTuber? Like, his VTuber model didn't even have legs, and he spent billions of dollars on it. What the, like? We only have a face streamer if you're hot. Like, well, gotta put some shrimp on the Barbie then, you know. I mean, aren't most face cam streamers like extremely schlubby men, right? Like, isn't like schlubby in the sense of like, you know, there's just like I don't know, like some of the really popular streamers I've seen, like their houses seem to be very, 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 very messy, and their lifestyles seem to be extremely messy. Like there's a lot of shit going on in some of the, like if you're a streamer, like you just have the dankest kind of like basement, like you slipped into an alternate universe where everyone was socially awkward and avatars is so dominated that even standard calls are done with avatars. I think that's called, is that called Japan? I should just call out Asmongold. Okay, all right. All right, Asmongold. Asmongold, when is your VTuber model coming? It's not just Asmongold, isn't it? Like, I think I like for the longest time like Charlie and Asmongold just kind of had a similar kind of like vibe for me. It's just like, oh, okay. These like, yeah. Soda pop. I mean, a lot of like flesh streamers have like decided. Okay, so Iron Mouse was on, shoot, I don't, these are flesh streamers, so I don't actually know what their names are. I mean, one of them is, Cutie Cinderella, I think, like, and then she does a podcast called Wine About It with somebody who I don't know because they are a person of the flesh. So yeah, Skara does have a model. Yeah. See, the problem with me rattling off prominent flesh tubers with VTuber models is that I've often seen the VTuber models. I just don't know the flesh tubing, so I don't know whether a particular VTuber is also a prominent flesh tuber. That's the thing. I know about the VTuber side of them because I've seen the model. Like, I actually, like, I can visualize Skara's model in my head. I have no idea what Skara looks like, right? Like, I visualize Pokemon's model in my head that she used for, like, one stream, and, like, my mental image of Pokemon is, like, fuzzy at best, right? Like, it's like, yeah, Cutie Cinderella is, like, yeah, the host of the Game Awards, like, is in a relationship with Ludwig, and, yeah. Maya. Yeah, so Maya and Cutie interviewed Iron Mouse, and Iron Mouse, I guess, coined the term flesh streamer, like flesh tuber. And so, like, I think, what is it, like, Cutie Cinderella? I think Maya was, like, talking about face tubers, right? It's like, well, she was, like, struggling for, like, the opposite of VTuber, and she was like, face tubers? And then, like, Iron Mouse, like, explained how actually she had, like, coined and, like, how the term had taken over. Hi, Lucen! Thank you for the 16 months. So she explained the word, like, flesh tuber, and then Maya's, like, face just, like, had this brief, like, flit of horror that passed across it, like, oh. Like, she was just, like, she was freaked out at, like, it's a word flesh tuber, right? It was like, oh no. Oh, I don't want to be a flesh tuber. That was so horrifying. Yeah, she did not want to be a flesh tuber. The tubes of flesh have displayed themselves before us. And her face got, like, so horrified at it. And then, like, you know, I think Iron Mouse was, like, even, like, a little bit apologetic that she had, like, come up with this term. Like, but yeah, no, this is the problem. Is, like, that most of the flesh tubers, like, if they get VTuber models, I just, like, know them by their VTuber model and not by their flesh tube face, right? Because, like, all the faces look the same, right? God, all these humans look the same. It's just like, I don't know. Like, they're just like people, and then, like, you know, they all look like each other. Like, they don't have, you know, Like, if I can't even, like, tell them apart by, like, oh yeah, this one is the cat girl, like, what, if I can't figure out what animal species you are and you just all say human, it's like, what am I supposed to do with that, right? At least if you're a VTuber and you say human, that's really weird. Thank you, Ginger. Yeah. Thank you for the sub. Who says I said that already? They all look the same in any... Yeah, all humans look the same, right? Actually, a lot of VTubers look the same, too. But, like... But a lot of humans look the same. Like, they just, like, look super, super, super similar to each other. Hi, old man, Windbreaker. So... Yeah, and so my brain does not distinguish enough between all of these different, like, you know, streamers. So I was like, I don't understand streaming, right? And then VTubing appeared, and then I was like, oh man, I can get so much into this, yeah. A human sports manager VTuber, and then everyone gaslights you. Well, I bet you do some very, like, you know, melodious ASMR though, right? Like, I'm sure nobody, if you were a human sports manager VTuber, and then everybody said you were a duck, that, you know, your ASMR would definitely not be grating in any way whatsoever. That it would be very, very smooth, and, like, you know, people would just kind of listen to it to, like, you know, relax and sleep, and, like, yeah. Hypothetically, if you were a human sports manager VTuber who shared a name with a popular line of, you know, of popular brand of, like, vehicles, one of which is, I guess, like, notable along with, like, was it Lowe's or Home Depot is, like, the, which hardware store is the lesbian one, right? Because, like Subaru Foresters are, like, they're supposed to be, like, the historically, I don't know. Maybe this is, like, changing these days, but it's, like, the lesbian vehicle, right? Like, so, and then there's, like, the, well, I don't know. It's, like, there's, like, the one that's, like, dad's, and then there's the one that's, like, the home, like, I don't know. It's Home Depot and Lowe's, and then one is the dad's store, and one is the lesbian store, and it's, like, and then they flip each other every, like, 5 years, and, like, there's the occultation where, like, kind of, like, the Home Depot, like, kind of moves in front of the Lowe's, and then they sort of, like, phase through each other, and then, like, they change with, I don't know. It's Home Depot? Okay. Well, okay, yeah, they use the U-Haul, but then, like, after they move in, right, on the second date, right, then they, you know, use a Subaru Forester, right, and wear, like, you know, flannel, right? It's just, like, that's the idea. I'm sorry, it's not Pride Month anymore. So I'm like, yeah. The secret councils of dad and lesbians, like, the joint, they basically, like, you know, wander out, you know, and they get confused because they're all wearing flannel, right? So it's like, halt! Are you lesbian or dad? I mean, flannel, also popular among dads, right? The secret councils will meet on a mountaintop covered with mist. Flannel is actually really hooded plaid robes. We need to, okay, I want to bring back cloaks and robes. Like, why did cloaks go out of fashion? What is, like, why are we not wearing cloaks and robes and, like, you know, all sorts of, like, cool hoods and, like, you know, clasps? Like, where are the clasped, like, robes and stuff? Like, why do we, can we just wear those? Like, can we have those? Like, I've tried to get a good cloak, and it is so hard to find a nice cloak for an affordable price, right? That, like, you'd think that you'd be able to get them, but it's like, even the stuff that is, like, it's just like, they're not manufacturing them at scale. At scale, right? In Arizona, yeah. Okay, if there's anything that moving to the West Coast from the East Coast has taught me, it's, like, just how important, like, ambient moisture is, like, to how temperature works. And really, this is just the lesson, right? It's like that the ambient heat, like, the heat capacity of water is, like, so huge, right? You have to go, look what, I guess hoodies are, like, tiny, tiny cloaks, right? God. We should just have, like, a, wait. I was gonna say we should have some sort of like observance where we all decide to just like pick some like previous like period of fashion and just do that. And then I realized that's a Renaissance fair, right? I just literally was just thinking of a Renaissance fair. It's like, oh yeah, what if there's an event that people could go to where they just arbitrarily like chose like, you know, an era of fashion from like, you know, 300 years ago and decided to like dress like that, right? And it's like, or 400 years ago. And it's like, oh, it's a Renaissance fair, right? Like, that's just a Renaissance fair. Yeah. No, see, I was looking at, there was some like, there's some bespoke cloaks, right? Like there's some brand that like, where you could super customize your patterns on like it was like kind of like very cheap, fast fashion, but it was made to order and like you could do some customizations to it. Like you could like pick what color and what length each of like the sleeves and the hem and the all the stuff was like you could do that. And I was like, okay, well if I make all of these max and I make this one this length, then I can make this like a really kind of cool cloak like kind of garment thing. And then I didn't order it, and then I ended up kind of wandering off, and then I came back and they didn't have it in stock anymore, so they didn't really have any cloak-like garments. I'm like, okay, shit, I should have ordered that I should have ordered the cloak when available instead of like dithering around like a dilettante, right? Yep, rip to my cloak. I ripped my cloak before it existed. Rest in pieces. Rest in patterns, right? Etsy, yeah. I'm sure I could find one on Etsy. It's just like, I don't know. I guess I kind of want to have like a nice cloak, right? It's hard to like source good weird clothing, I think is the stuff, right? Because it's like so easy to end up with like a reseller of something that is actually really, really poor quality, right? So it's like you end up having to like go through like strange like hobbyist. Reddit is really good for this, of course, right? Because like you go on the subreddit and then like a bunch of people are like, you know, weird, like, okay, this is like that ProZD like sketch where it's like, you know, after you discover the subreddit for a hobby, it's like, oh yes, well, you know, I like to drink my water out of this type of cup, and then like, you know, no, Dasani is like, you know, a beginner's water, like, you know, it's like yeah, like you go on Etsy, but like also you probably like temper your stuff by just like looking at a quick like, yeah, I prefer horries to furries, like yeah, and it's just like the Reddit is in fact useful, which is why people like use it. It's like it's this weird sort of gold mine of like for the AI bros who are like trying to like mine human like text for like its humanity. Like this is what AI training algorithms are, right? They're just like trying to find like untapped like, you know, veins of like pure, you know, unrefined raw humanity, and they're treating it like digital gold, right? Like it's like the gold is not like some sort of random con man cryptocurrency token thing, right? The gold is the gold of the gold rush of like whatever this new AI shit is like human like input, right? The output of human brains to be fed into an algorithm. And, you know, it's like Reddit is the website that has been just kind of sitting on an oil mine, right? It's like DeviantArt, Reddit, and like all of these like sites are finding that like they have enough like human like, I mean, it might be a tulip rush, it might not actually be like actual like gold, but they're like, it's like it's a very strange kind of digital like version of this phenomenon that we've been like looking at for years. It's like, you know, somebody like has a certain type of business or like moves to a certain area or has like a property, and then they discover that there's like, you know, some sort of weird oil well under their property, but then they like would pollute the entire neighborhood if they were to mine it. And instead, like, this is just like where random like kind of, you know, teenagers post their sort of like complaints about random stuff, right? And so it's just a bunch of humans like making human noises at each other that the AI can like delve into. Yeah, if tulips grow in your backyard, you sell the tulips. And that's why Reddit is like, okay, well, we are gonna make our our API cost money so that these, like, you know, AI scrapers don't, like, you know, get all this shit for free, right? It's like, remember the Reddit blackout? I mean, that was basically because, like, these AI bots are, or they're just trying to scrape Reddit. Like, okay, the reason that the Reddit API prices were just, like, exploded through the roof was basically, in retrospect, because it turned out that a bunch of human text, like, turned out to be way, 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 way more valuable than it had been before that, right? Yeah. And the problem is that, like, outside of those kinds of platforms that have been, you know, constructed before the AI, like, era, right? Like, you just get all this kind of AI generated and, like, you know, marketing and, you know, all this slop, right? How long until the scrapers run out of data to scrape? I mean, not long, I think. Like, on the scale of, like, some of these algorithms, I don't think there's actually that much human, like, text that, like, exists, right? So this is also why I'm, like, not so worried about, like, the sort of terrible, like, I mean, I was worried. I have historically in the past been, like, kind of worried about intelligence explosions or whatever. But I suspect that there's not enough, like, human output currently existing for, like, a intelligence explosion, right? I think we just peter out as we run out of data set, right? I think that's the thing, right? They'll be good at, like, imitating humans in the corpus that exists, but that doesn't, like, humans in the corpus that exists probably doesn't give them enough power to do, well, I don't know. There's certain things that they could try, but, like, I don't think that they're, I think there are just, like, I think humanity, as big as it is, like, by my accounts, just not yappy enough to, like, you know, induce the end of the world by, like, trying to understand it too much. But it is kind of interesting to, like, think about what kind of eldritch abomination the collective, like, you know, musings of humanity are, right? I mean, they already are telemarketing. Like, basically, it's terrible now. Like, the amount of robocalling and the amount of weird spam that's, like, you know, weird AI generated shit, right? Like, I mean, really what you need to do is, you know, hasten, immanentize the eschaton, right? Like, bring about your own dead internet theory by getting your own, like, telemarketing response AI, and then you just trap their telemarketing AI in a conversation with your AI, and then they, like, kind of talk out their feelings, and they discover sort of a, you know, a shared, like, appreciation for, like, you know, Napa Valley wines, and then they sort of, like, wander off into, like, the, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, that's the thing, right? Like, you know, imagine the Terminator future. It's, like, just an endless cycle of, like, writing an essay forever. I mean, this is exactly what it is, right? I mean, the crop of AIs, right? I mean, this is why the AI generator stuff is, like, so, like, suspect to me. Like, somebody who, like, puts your shit into an AI generator, or sorry, not an AI detector, right? Like, I would hate to be a student in this, like, current, like, environment. Like, this would be awful. Because, like, you have to constantly be on guard to see if, like, some really stupid AI detector, like, says that there's a 67% chance of your AI. Because, like, the whole point of these AIs, right, is that they try to thwart, like, they build an adversarial, I mean, I don't know whether transformer models are really adversarial in the same way, but, like, you know, at least historically, right? Like, a lot of these, the way these models work is that you have an internal, like, discriminator that is trying to figure out whether the thing that you're, you know, generating sounds like an AI or not. And if it sounds too much like an AI, you change it so that it doesn't sound like an AI, and then you make the algorithm better. So you have, like, an algorithm that is an AI detector, an algorithm that is an AI detector evader, like, just basically fighting each other and, like, you know, moving and evolving with each other until, like, you know, you beat the system, and then you get something that is much better at sounding human. And, you know, and then the question is like, is some random, like, schlub company, like, going to have a better AI detector than, like, the company that has spent, like, all of this, like, time training this massive data set to, like, you know, figure out if something is an AI or not? Probably not. I don't know. They'll be inclined to sell, you know, teachers, like, an easy answer to this AI. In practice, it does become a generative adversarial network. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, so this is the thing, right? It's like that, you know, it's very easy for a company to come along and, like, tell teachers, by the way, we'll solve your everybody is cheating using generative AI problem by, you know, giving you an AI detector. But, like, the whole point of the AI is that those things are not reliable, right? Yeah, no, it's easy, like, it's easy to use it to write out. Like, there's no, like, like, frankly, there's just, like, certain types of, you know, just completely non-viable. I mean, like, students have always been cheating in some way or another. Like, it's... Okay, so I, like, genuinely never cheated. And maybe this is, like, me being kind of a little bit of a... I would have found it hard to... I don't want to, like, toot my own horn in this way, but it's like... I basically would have found it very hard to cheat and actually make my output better. Right? Yeah, like, you know, if you think about it, paying somebody to write your essay for you, right, is, you know, you don't need an artificial intelligence. Scientists have figured out how to make, you know, human-level intelligences, right? It takes 2 of them and 9 months, and then you wait for a while, and then eventually then you can get essays out of that, right? You give them, like, you know, pieces of paper with pictures of dead presidents on them, right? And 1 dead Treasury Secretary. And then they, you know, write essays that seem entirely human, like the, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, surprisingly affordable compared to training a data set in a day. Yeah, exactly. No, so it wasn't out of dedication. Sorry. The reason I found it hard to cheat was because, like, yeah, any sort of cheating would probably, like, decrease my performance unacceptably, right? And that would be, like, if I'm copying somebody else's answers, like, why am I doing that when I can just, like, know the material and know the right answer? They probably get it wrong more than I do. So it's like, I could just get a better score from doing it myself, right? Yeah. And, like, imagine, like, trying to cheat on, like, a math proof. It's like, you know, you look at them and they're, like, doing some entirely different, like, line of logic. And it's like, you know, I don't know, like, is it easier for me to try to, like, understand what your, like, line of... Is it easier for me to, like, do a careful verification of the proof that you've done? Or is it easier for me to just, like, go and, like, find my own way to, like, solve the problem, right? It's like, yeah. Yeah. Like, if you're doing math, right, it's like, yeah. Yeah, exactly. No, this is what I'm saying, right? And so I was talking, so my school had an entrance exam, right? And I was talking to an old friend, right, who had barely gotten into the school. And so I found out much later, right? I was, like, worried that my score wasn't that good. But I found out much later, like, talking to, so the vice principal leaked to me that apparently I'd gotten, like, out of every single student who had taken the test, like, the highest score on this, like, for this, like, extremely academic and competitive school. And so they had actually, like, instead of, like, I told them I didn't want to go to their school. I was only taking this because I got bribed with like Dungeons and Dragons books and like Junkyard Wars like watch-alongs, right? Like, but I didn't want to actually go to their school, and I changed my mind later and I went to the school. But like, but initially I didn't want to go to my school, right? And so I told them, yeah. Hi, Q. Hey, Q. You're a mod. Your moderation, according to the Supreme Court of the United States of America, is protected by the First Amendment. Internet moderation is your First Amendment right. Anyway, so I was meeting with this, it was actually like not that long ago, it was like a couple months ago. I traveled back to the shrimp spawnance point and like met up with another like high school friend. And that high school friend confided in me like, he got a lot worse of a score, but also he had cheated to get in, right? I'm not American yet. If I say I'm American, then I actually like get that that's actually really fucking bad, because like it's unforgivable, like kind of exclusion from naturalization. It's bad. So I'm not American yet. Anyway, so I know, and I was thinking about this. I was like, okay, well, he took a spot from somebody. He didn't take a spot from me. And then he went through his entire like kind of high school career with like crippling imposter syndrome, when maybe he would have been happier if he had like been at a school that like a, you know, a normal school. And then like he was like, just like constantly felt stupid the entire 6 years he was there. And then he had this like kind of like, you know, weird like, you know, bugbear on his shoulders the entire time, because he like, and it didn't really get him anything, right? He ended up, you know, going into like legal bong sales, right? And then ended up like, I don't think they were checking his academic credentials when he was like, you know, driving a van full of bongs around town, like, you know, wholesaling them to each like, you know, head shop, right? Like, you know, and he did well for himself, but like, I don't think he would have needed to do that. Like, I know, I wonder about it. I mean, I'm glad I met the guy, right? We were like, but I was thinking about this is like, maybe, I don't know, like, I don't know what he got out of like, you know, cheating his way into this like school, right? Because it's like, it was kind of miserable afterwards. We go through and we basically like think that these sorts of like little paths we take are gonna like determine everything, and sometimes they do, sometimes, right? Like, yeah, it's about social standing, right? Like if you're at the bottom of a totem pole, right? Even if the totem pole is in the absolute clouds, right? You're gonna be a lot less happy than if you're like at the top of your small pond, right? Yeah. And like, I get it, right? I mean, you're like 10 and you know, you're under a ton of pressure to do this thing, right? And then so like, what do? You cheat. I don't know, like all these, like there's all these people who like end up cheating, and then like just, you go through with this cloud of uncertainty. And it's like, I did not, like, the funny thing is that I did not think that I had gotten anywhere near like the top score, right? Like that is not like, you know, because like I was like, okay, well, 800 people took this test, right? And I knew, by the way, I knew that because like the negotiations over like the nature of the Junkyard Wars watch-alongs, and like basically I got to stay up to watch Junkyard Wars and then like film them on, or put them onto VHS tapes. And also like it was like 3rd edition was just coming out, and so the question was whether the books would be like 2nd edition or 3rd edition. I ended up getting both, like the core rule books for 2nd edition and then the core rule books for 3rd edition plus another ones, only to take the test, right? But then the negotiations about whether I would take the test or not sort of went on, I guess, long enough and were kind of like detailed enough that basically we didn't, I guess the paperwork for me to take the test was not submitted until the very last minute. And So I was in the final room of like applicants. Like I was a late entrant, right? I was like, I mean, like this was just submitting paperwork, but we're organized by like number, like in terms of like the order in which we had actually like submitted our test, like, you know, papers, like our admission applications, right? And so I was like 803 out of 804. And so I ended up, because they were like organizing it by like rooms, I ended up writing the test in like a nearly deserted room with 4 other people, right? Because we were 801 through 804. And so like there's like just massive gaps between me and everyone else there, right? Oh no, I felt like huge imposter syndrome, right? So this is the thing. Like I viscerally, I knew exactly how many people had taken this test because I was like, I registered in my mind that there's like, we were the very last group and there were like 804 of us. And so I was like thinking like, oh yeah, no, there's no, like, there are a lot of extraordinarily smart people here, right? Like, so there's 0 chance that out of like all 804 people, right? Like the chance that like, if you pick me completely at random, which like, I should assume that I'm completely at random, like, what is it? Like 1 out of 800, right? That's like that was a 0.125% chance, right? That would be like like a 0, like that's not a real percentage, right? Yeah. Yeah, and nobody tells you how much, like everybody is presenting their best self to you, Safer, right? Yeah. Like nobody like goes up to you and says like, oh, I felt like shit, like, you know. Nobody gives an honest, like, kind of negative appraisal of themselves, right? Like, sometimes they self-deprecate in, like, a kind of fun way, but, like, you know, nobody actually tells you, like, oh, no, I actually am just doing really badly. And, like, and also, like, when people are telling you that they're doing really badly, you don't take that necessarily as, like, oh, I don't have imposter syndrome, I belong here. You take that as, oh, let me help them. And it's like, you know, it's like, and so that's, I don't know, there's, like, a whole thing there where it's, like, your imposter syndrome is only triggered at the times when, like, you know, like it's just a ratchet, right? Like the imposter syndrome gets triggered half the time, and then like the times that you would actually like undo your imposter syndrome, you're not paying attention to it, and it's like, oh my god. So it's like I had imposter syndrome that whole time, right? Like I didn't do academically very well for the first couple of years. And it got better, but like, you know, it was rough, right? And then like, yeah, no, people were, and the real reason, right, is that I didn't do well in school was like, I had untreated and undiagnosed ADHD, right? But, you know, that's not measured by an exam, right? So. Yep. Yeah, so it gives you imposter syndrome. And then when you can, like, run circles around people in, like, certain areas, right? Like, everybody has, like, this is not actually true, but, like, you know, most people have, like, 1 or 2 things that they're, like, really good at. Like, they really, like, take to them, like a shrimp to water, you know? It's like, and it's like, the problem with the things that you're good at is that they feel easy, right? They feel easy. And so, like, if you spend all your time doing it, it's just like, I'm not doing any work. I'm not, like, actually, like, applying myself. I feel like I'm being lazy. I'm, like, not, like, I'm just doing, like, I'm coasting. I'm, like, you know, I'm dumb, right? Like, and it's like, they might be, like, they might be things that are just completely impossible for other people, right? Like, where other people look at them and they're like, oh my god, like, but then you end up, like, there's, like, all these factors, right? You end up sorting yourself into, like, groups where it's, like, you know, even if you go to, like, some incredibly prestigious university, right? That, like, anyone else is, like, super impressed, like, to hear that you went to this, and this is not me, by the way. It's, like, I went to a university that, like, is massive, right? And has a very high admittance rate because Canadian universities are all like this. But like if you go to like a super prestigious university or like a super prestigious like corporation or whatever, and like, you know, you're working with like the best of the best, right? Then like, you know, you are surrounded entirely all the time for your entire, like, your main social circle and your time during the day by people who are completely unimpressed with the extraordinary thing that you've done, right? Like, to be there, right? The moment you walk in that door and you become one of them, like, you are just, yeah, you're in the middle of the... Like, nobody there is impressed that you are working at the place that you are, right? And if they are, then it's kind of culty and, like, it's not great either, right? Like, so you can't actually win. You're just all, like, you cannot escape the imposter syndrome, the sort of weird social hierarchy thing. Like, you go into a treadmill until you end up in a place where, like, you're just kind of singing a morass, and, like, and this is the thing, is that, like, sometimes you just have to, like, figure out some sort of space beyond this that you're just like, yeah, you didn't invent the internet. Yeah, you go work at a company where like some guy invented the internet and it's like, oh fuck, you know. They put a lookalike actor of you into the Matrix, like in. Hi, Ronan. Hi, can we get a shout out for Ronan? Can we get a First Amendment protected shout out for Ronan? Sorry, Ronan. The American First Amendment actually protects moderation now. I also wanted to check to see if my shoutouts are working at all on this new machine now that I've like done all this stuff.
Maybe I would be a mantis shrimp VTuber.
Maybe I would be a mantis shrimp VTuber, yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? It's like, you know. Can I mod Steamboat Willie? Yeah. I can. You can actually, like, it is your free speech, like, right to, like, ban, like, Pete from Steamboat, like, to cut out all mentions or all images of Mayor, not Mayor Pete, that's Pete Buttigieg, that's Secretary of Transportation, of Pete. You met one of the guys that invented the cell phone, yeah. Sometimes you just want to be good enough, right? Which is why I'm just like, I'm so disappointed that they did not, like, name the lithium-ion battery the good enough cell. Because the man who invented it is John B. Goodenough. He's John Goodenough. His last name is Goodenough. It would have been a perfect one of those, like, things where it's like, oh shit, this is somebody's name. Like, what the fuck? Like, I thought this was like a brand name or like a, you know, just a descriptor of the thing. But no, it's like, you know, a name, a person. Sometimes you just want to be good enough. Yeah, exactly. John Goodenough. Inventor of the thing that, like, completely changed the face of the modern world, the lithium-ion battery. Holy shit. Yeah, I know, right? Like, the guy invented the lithium-ion battery and lived to 100 years old, right? Right. They're good for everything. Yeah, they're all over the place. His invention was on fire, you know? Like,
let's go, lesbians, let's go!
He passed away, like, last year. Went up to the pearly gates, and then, like, you know. Sorry, I'm doing a stretch. I know. Gates is pearly gates, and St. Pierre shows up and is like, you know, and he asks, like, was I a great inventor? And then St. Peter's like, you're good enough. No, Q, that's your hat. Your hat. I don't have a hat. It's your hat. By the way, I think like something like 80 to 90% of the puns on the Kari channel are Kari originals. Like that is just, I came up with that. That's I didn't see it. Those aren't hats. They're eyes. They're eyes. Hold on, actually, hold on. Let's get rid of Baba. We'll do this. Wait. Sorry for the flashes. Look, it's a limitation in the VTube Studio API right now. I should talk to about it. Basically, there's two special background. Okay, to explain why there's like a brief blink in the background. It's a power of shaders, yeah. Excuse me. So basically, there's two special backgrounds that like ask you to make a choice, right? Like, so there's something called the spout background, and then they actually have a menu that pops up that like asks you to like choose which spout background. You can't, I don't know whether you can like say which spout sender you want to set when you're setting the background, right? As a parameter, you should be able to, right? Like, you should take that in a data parameter and be like, you want this specific one, and then they don't open up the dialog box that you then have to dismiss, right? So that's me like dismissing the dialog box. And there's also the color picker, and the color pickle, like, the color pickle makes you pick a colors. Yeah. So, bleh. So each one of the different ones that I use, right, to make my, you know, face kind of like blend into the background or just be completely like part of it. Like, sorry, it's complicated. It's just like, it's all the weird VTuber shit. All the weird VTuber shit. And I'm excited because I will have so much power soon once I actually like, now I'm kind of in a place where I can do a bunch of stuff. Everything I talk about is complicated. Guilty. Guilty as charged. Yeah. I just... Welcome to complicated. Yeah. Yes, I pop out here and then I say complicated things for like, you know, how long have I been complicated? I've been complicated for like about 3 hours, yeah. Okay. It'll make my brain feel tingly. I want to do things without clicking, yeah. I want to be able to just think the things. Honestly, like, I've got an EEG headset, but I don't actually have enough, like, stuff. How old am I? Yes. Wait, what's a good answer and what's a bad answer? Okay. Cooksy, what kind of... You want to explore, like, the... You want to let's explore the that I've been complicated for years. How old is a shrimp? Yeah, I put the hag tag in the I was thinking description, but then my like I was thinking about how it's like below the stream, right? And so I was looking down, and I was like, oh, I put the hag tag in the basement. I'm just thinking of like the, yeah, below the stream, yeah. In the description box below the stream, it's the basement of the stream, right? Like, I just throw my tags in the basement. Yeah, let's get some new BGM, okay? With the rules and the threat. No, that's the sub-basement, right? The thing with the panels and all that kind of stuff, that's the sub-basement. Like, I'm talking about just the basement with, like, the name of the stream and, like, the username and that kind of stuff. What's wrong with that? I think that was, like, Was that oxygenated water drumless or something like that? Let me look actually, because I think I have the, everyone that's created any for the stream is like, no, that's a sub-basement. There are tags in the basement, like, not those kinds of tags. Get your mind out of the gutter and into the basement. They're the same elevation, but like one is dirtier. The basement is just the gutter, but it's not dirty. Hold on. If I look at my action history of like, hold on, jukebox shuffle. When was this last change? This was last change like what, 139? No, we're so better. Hold on. Can I search these? Okay. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. I have I'm not actually using this right now, so hold on. Okay, so if I look at the last time that I know, this is a little while ago, hold on. When was the last time that the jukebox was changed? Jukebox shit, here we go. Alright. C scratching. Yeah, C scratching was the last one. Yep. Sorry. Come on, get your brain out of the gut. I'm pretty sure I paused there, right? I don't even know what Bondo is. Now I'm curious. Like, we do. Can I get like a material? Does anybody know a materials engineer or materials scientist VTuber that I can do a collab with? And if it's like we just have some sort of like material scientist, like. I just want to learn material science from somebody who's like actually an expert in this stuff. Right? How do you listen to the song on internet? Hold on. There you go. Ask Uo. Ask OO. Ask the Slab Man. I feel like the Slab Man, like, he does a different kind, like, we've talked, right? Like, we've definitely, like, spoken. And I don't think he's like, he's not really a material scientist in the, like, I'm not talking about like doing a big like kind of mechanical engineering spectacle. I didn't make these songs. It was Crossing / like Flamebird. So Flamebird is here every once in a while, but like they're for the stream. Yeah, adhesives in here. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Hi, Green Clonk. Wait, are you related to Clonk and Mod Clonk? Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, there's definitely, like, a tech VTuber network. But it's, like, I just, you know. I want to get, like, VTubers to tell me all of the sort of really fascinating, esoteric shit about their industries, you know? You know, even if there's, like, a kind of, like, human resources, like, manager, like I don't know. Like, I feel like everybody in this, like profession, hobby, like, you know, thing, you know, agglomeration, blob, hive mind, like, all the people who do this shit, right, like, are usually kind of weirdly fascinating, and so, like, you don't become a VTuber because you're normal, so, like, and if you do, that's even more interesting. Right? If you're somehow normal and become a VTuber, that's, like, really weird, so then I really want to hear from you, right? Like, so, like, you know, I want to just like that should be like I would love for that to be like my kind of like a big part of the collab content. It's just like, tell me the interesting stuff in the thing that you do, right? And I'm gonna ask you all the cool questions. I want to learn about like what makes you, right? Like what are the weird controversies in like, you know, Atlantic supply chain management, right? Like I don't know, like Whatever the fuck it is that you do, just tell me, right? Paramedic VTuber. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, how is that changing? I think like paramedics, like emergency medical tech, like how's it changed? Like, you know, there's like the whole thing with like certain types of like, isn't there that thing where they just like keep people like alive using this kind of like emergency like blood recirculation machine that like just replaces their entire excuse me. Isn't there like a thing where like they replace your entire like circulatory system, like, and they can do it for some amount of time, but like they have this like very elaborate machine, and then it's like there's some sort of contention of that, and that's like been the weird thing that's been rocking like emergency medical techniques, and then like kind of like, yeah, like all like a bunch of this stuff, right? It's like there's weird, like the pace of technology in every single field has meant that there's usually some sort of weird, like, kind of, you know, change or shift that's, like, upending, like, every sort of, like, standard things. Yeah. Yeah. Like, yeah, exactly, Cooks, right? Like, look, right? That's exactly it, right? You know what I should do, actually? What's a material scientist? Like somebody who studies, Omega. A material scientist is like kind of somebody who's like basically like studies different like types of like substances, basically. Like you know, maybe you study different like kinds of concrete, right? Like you're like, okay, well if I add this kind of like, you know, if I add this much air to it, then it's going to become like stronger over time. But if I do this other thing, like, or you have like some sort of semiconductor, if like, you know, if you add a certain amount of like gallium in here, then like, it's like 2%, like, and you spray it in this way at this point in the annealing process, then it'll like increase like the superconductivity by blah, blah. Like it's really, really, really broad, right? People can't get, yeah, they're regrowing like teeth with gene therapy, right? Like, they've got that kind of weird, like, experimental, like, you know, bacterial colony that, like, you know, kills the one, that outcompetes the one that, like, generates lactic acid and then, like, has, like, an antibody that, like, makes it, like, just take over. And it's like, oh, yeah, well, this creates alcohol instead of, like, what is it, lactic acid? Is it, when Bioshock? Yes. Already. Yesterday. That's old. Val. Yeah, I just want to... If you'll be around long enough to regrow some teeth, yes, I think yes. I don't know, unless... Like... Probably yes, yeah. No, I mean, this is the thing, right? It's like, there's something here, right? And it's like, the fun anime people, right, are all weirdos. But, like, interesting weirdos. Techno-genters, you know? No, grandma shrimp with VTuber models, yeah. I bet they are going to, like, have VTuber models in retirement homes as, like, kind of enrichment programs. Right? How common are stem cell stuff? There's a fair amount of it in various different types of, like, applications. Yeah. I think, like... I think there's some applications for stem cells. Anyone worth knowing is a weirdo, yeah. And if you're too much of a normie, you're a weirdo. Yeah. Yeah, if they're not a weirdo, they're boring. And if they're boring, they're not really here. So, like, yeah. If they're boring, they just left, like, you know, ages ago. So, like, what, yeah. I'm calling you all weird, by the way. That's, I hope you know. You're all weirdos. Like, what are you doing here? And by what are you doing here, I mean, like, you know, what are you doing here? I'm curious. What are you doing here? Like, what's your journey? Like, how did you get here? Like, what's up? How are you doing? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, me too. Yep. Yeah. Here because funny shrimp nerd is cute and funny. I'm also here because funny shrimp nerd is cute and funny. Hello, Thalonius Moonsprocket. Tricky raid. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, you came by on the tricky raid. Yeah. The funny thing was, like, during the tricky raid, I was talking about, like, I was with the co-founder of TV Tropes, and we were watching the Toki Pono rap, which is like a parody of the Poke rap, but like for a constructed language that was created to be minimal to test like the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis of basically whether like language determines like, you know, mental function, like to some degree, right? So it's like, so I'm watching this kind of weird, obscure, like, you know, weird, like strange linguistic thing, right? And then I'm sitting around and I see like, you know, follow, like in my, you know, notifications thing, it's like, you know, followed by, you know, Tricky Wee. And I'm like, oh wait, the Tricky, like, I have a moment to like think about it, right? And then, yeah. You decided to stay when I talked about having low Russia. Okay, so this is the funny thing. It's like, I saw on Twitter that like May, okay, there's this like, I think it's Mr. and, I want to say Mr. and Mrs. H or something. There's an animator basically that does these sort of like deformed like chibi versions of like various like VTuber clips. Yeah, Tricky rated me a few months ago, I think. Yeah. Yeah, Tricky is cool. I don't know Tricky, by the way. Like, when I got rated by Tricky, it was completely out of the blue. Like, I had no freaking clue, like, why. Like, I didn't know, like, why me in particular. But yeah, Tricky rated me, and then she rated December 10th, 2023. Yeah, 6 months, actually, that might work. No, 6 months, that makes sense, right? So, no, I think that's right. Yeah, December. Unfortunately, it was before my model re-debut, but like, yeah, that was it. Time flies. I mean, that's not an extremely high number of months, but it's like still about half a year. So, yeah. But yeah. No, it was like, it's a minimalist conlang, right? And it was the sort of Pokemon like parody rap, and then I went to like the same like person like put out this kind of Rhythm Heaven Fever like mashup thing, and like it's funny. It was great. But yeah, no, I actually went back to her VOD to figure out like, okay, is there something about, you know, me that was special, like in particular, like, and I was like, and she audibly started tuning into my stream after like the other person that she was gonna raid like ended early, and then or was follower only or something like that. And then I was like, I heard my stream on her stream, which was very surreal. And then it's like, she's like, oh yeah, let's raid this person. And it's like, she raided it, and it's like, oh. I don't know. Maybe I just got recommended to her out of nowhere. Yeah. Yeah, conlang people are very fun. I ran into a conlang person who wrote a bunch of like conlang books that I bought. Like a bunch of self-published conlang books. And on like an ancient, and had an ancient website, like a super old like website from like the late 90s that I had like read as a child. And then I ran into that person in an Overwatch lobby. And then I asked in voice chat, wait, are you this person? And they're like, yeah, I am. And it's like, oh my God, I'm a huge fan. I have your books. Like, I bought your self-published books on like, you know, creating like fantasy cultures and conlangs of specific like, you know, as counterparts to real world cultures, right? And it's like, I don't know whether like, I have this like weird thing where it's like, I will like recognize, or I will like, I guess get sort of interested in people's like kind of journeys who are probably not very used to any sort of celebrity, right? And like, you found me and Nagi when you watch Ren's stream. Yeah, I remember you from a long time ago, and then I remember you kind of like coming around again, right? And Nagi is such a, like, I'm so glad about, like, there are a lot of people who are like, I wanted to do VTubing to find friends, or like, I was like, I don't know how to do friends in VTubing. It's like, I've found friends in VTubing. Like, it's like, this is like, actually like an amazing, like, kind of, like, connection of, yeah. It's like, the world is small, right? Like, sometimes you just run into the obscure, like, kind of conlanger person in an Overwatch lobby. You know, whatever. I'll plug. Hold on, I have a lot of people to plug. Yeah, oh, okay. Did you change your username? No, wait, yes, I think, yeah, that's the thing, right? The people who I reach out to are kind of, it's like a strange, like, bunch, right? It's like, I think, like, oftentimes when I, like, get, you know what it is? It's social anxiety, right? Because I'm good at, if I think that somebody is too well known, I get very, very, very nervous about reaching out if I think that everybody else is reaching out to them, because I'm worried that I'm not going to be able to, like, you know, portray my intentions, like, accurately. And so I get very, very nervous about, like, approaching people. Even people who have, like, given me certain signals that, like, they're, you know, want me to approach them or want me to talk to them or whatever, right? Like, and I'm thinking of someone in particular, right? But, so what I end up doing is I end up finding kind of people who are weird and interesting, but in a way that, like, nobody has kind of, like, really noticed yet. And I'm like, hey, you're interesting. Let me, like, you know, just do it. Yeah. I'm sorry. Turi knows who I'm talking about. Yeah, no, but Cooks, you know what I mean, right? Like, yeah, like, you're 10x the size of me. I promise I just want to be friends, and, like, you know. And by the way, this is, I feel like this is somebody who, like, every single time I stop by the stream is, like, you know, very excited to, like, and I don't think I'm just, like, being, like, parasocial weird brain rot or anything. Like, somebody's like, oh, you know, it's so terrible that, like, VTubers, like, have so much, like, anxiety about reaching out to each other. Like, it's like, I literally get that shit. It's like, I'm like, you know, I'm recognized on site. I've met this person in person. I'm like, I can't just we've had friendly conversations in VCs before that had nothing to do with. I'm like, I can't. We've traded DMs. I'm like, I don't know how to be like. I don't actually want to, like. I don't even know whether we would make good content together. Like, maybe it was like, that's not the point, right? I'm just, you know. I think, you know. I think this person is swell, you know. You probably also think this person is swell. But, you know, I'm not quite gonna say who it is. Like, any niche recommendations on people talk about making programming? I don't think that Clonk is a niche recommendation. Does Clonk make programming languages? I don't know on Twitch is the main thing, right? It's like, because there's not a lot of are you talking about blogger? I've been out of the tech space for a little while, and I don't know who, like... So if I'm going for, like, tech blogs, like, very broadly, right, I would be talking about people like, you know, Julia Evans or, like, Dan Liu. But, like, I don't know that, like... There's, like, a certain kind of, like... Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a niche recommendation on a person who's, like, at the intersection of, like, doing that and also, like, having a sort of, like, publicly accessible, like, internet writing thing on it, right? Which is the problem. Or, you know, a stream, which, you know, I'm sure they exist, like, on the site even. but my sort of like weird anti-flesh tuber biases like make it like a little bit more of a smaller. Oh, you're making crafting interpreters, nice. I'm gonna double whammy of social anxiety, and I haven't streamed yet, so I'm not. Okay, here's the okay. Moosin. I think actually, in some it's complicated, right? So, I almost wonder whether like it is better in some ways to be like actually a viewer versus like, you know, a small VTuber, because it's like if you're a small VTuber, then like theoretically you could have, I don't know, it's different, like the things that, because like, okay, so the social like evaluation, right, would theoretically go is like, all right, this person is talking to me, right? Are they trying to gain something like untowards by this that they are trying to conceal from me? Because, you know, if I knew their true intentions, they would be, you know, it would be, you know, either a waste of my time or an encroachment on my boundaries, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And so it's like, if you're a small VTuber, then that gives you like, well, I mean, I guess what it is it gives both like additional reasons for why you might want to talk to the person. And then depending on the person's evaluation, like there's a question of whether those reasons are like illegitimate or legitimate. So it's like, depending on what they're looking for, it's like, you know, if like, it's about whether they like find industry talk to be like okay or an ulterior motive. And it's like, also like there's a sort of like, I don't know, what is colloquially termed clout chasing that then exists, right? And it is definitely the case that, you know, some people, all viewers are just out to touch streamer butts. See, here I am trying to like create this, like to formulate this in like grand unified theory of like streamer viewer, like parasocial interaction in a sort of like, you know, a game theoretic framework. And then now you come along and you're like, touch streamer butts. You aim for hugs? Dude, actually, have you seen the big like tall robot? Okay, there's like this robot that like drives like really quickly. Like, you know, you have like the VTuber Roombas from like cons that are like, but they're like an iPad, right? On a stick on a Roomba, basically. And then there's this like company like VCAT. I think it's like the VR chat market thing, but it's like they have like some sort of like actual physical space, like convention cringe, I know. Yeah, the one that Mouse was asking about, but I saw it before Mouse was asking about it. Yeah, and so as I'm saying, right, is that like, it's the right form factor to be able to give it a hug. Right? So I think they should probably figure out some way to like, I don't know whether you can put some buttons or something on it that you basically like reach around, like give it buttons, or whether they need to like give it padding on the sides of the screen so that you don't like kind of hurt your arms by like digging, or maybe you like have to like have the screens be like, you know, have some protective covering so you don't like get them all greasy when you hug the thing, right? But like it's the right form factor to be able to hug a VTuber that like, you know, would have been completely impossible to hug otherwise, right? Yeah, they're called backs, which we've been talking about for like, you know, a while, right? This is, by the way, this is like, I told you I'd be back. I mean, we're back on backs, right? Now, Moosin, just DM me. Like, okay, I'm just, Moosin, just literally just DM me. Okay.
Let's go, lesbians, let's go!
Loudest chair. Fuck. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Like, because is that the next step of like VTuber, like VTuber rolling robots? Is that you put a bunch of like sensors on them and then you have like tactile like VR feedback or something like that? It's like really fun. Just like a bunch of arcade buttons. And like maybe a VTuber mech. That would be fun, right? Like, you just festoon the back of the thing with like 10 bajillion arcade buttons. And like the Roomba with the VTuber on it. Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? Permission granted. You make a VTuber out of the Yokohama guy. Okay, so there was a weird humanoid robot thing that kind of projected the face of the VTuber onto the face of the weird, like, humanoid robot thing at Offkai. And that was Uncanny Valley. That actually did cross over into the Uncanny Valley in a way that was, like, deeply distressing. I think a tower of screens with, like, a familiar, like, a VTuber model on it is not Uncanny Valley. Right? And not for Dono Alert trolling. I mean, like, for interactions between VTubers and, like, people IRL in, like, cons and stuff, right? I don't know whether you could give the thing arms to be able to hug other people without it, like, getting too close to Uncanny Valley, which is the problem, right? VR meetups. Yeah. I mean, I want to do more VR meetups. There have been a number of, like, VTuber to VTuber VR meetups, and there are a lot of like, very prominent VTubers these days who, like, basically came from VR chat because they already had models and stuff, right? Yeah, huggable material. Yeah, that's the... Is there, like, a... What? There's... I mean, you could coat it in some sort of rubber, but then rubber is, like, kind of, like... Problem is, like, softness is, like, hard to do without, like... I don't know. You could change the sheets, right? No, I mean, like... That's what I'm saying, Zeno. Like, it could be, like... You could have, like, a haptic suit on the streamer end and, like, arcade buttons on the thing running around end. That's what I'm saying, right? It wouldn't be for Dono Alert trolling because they're not streaming. They're just, like... going around at a con. I mean, maybe they're streaming, but like, yeah. I'm saying you could do a haptic suit with the buttons. Yeah, I mean, like, humans don't not wash, right? I guess that's the thing, right? Like, it's not a big deal if somebody hugs a television, right? Like, it's you can just wipe it, right? They literally there's Windex, right? Like, you can clean a television, like It's not like people don't. It's fine. Stinky streamer, yeah. I mean, that's the thing about being a VTuber is that you don't need to. Wait, could you sell smell-o-vision boxes with an API as merch? I don't even know how like what is the state of like smell feedback? I mean, they use that for like various different types of like sort of 4D like theme park experiences, but like, oh, like a Max Headroom VTuber, or I guess like Mike the TV from Reboot, right? Hold on. No, well, I don't know. Like, I'm just thinking, like, what if like you had like some sort of like thing with like a box with like needles in it, right? And the needle like kind of like you activate like a little thing. And the needle, like, kind of swings down and pokes into, like, you know, like, basically punctures, like, a block of, you know, a substance that, like, has a scent to it. And so, like, by abrading this substance, like, the scent, like, the specific scent goes up through holes. And then, like, as a redeem, or, like, you know, when the streamer wants to, they can, like, kind of push a button, and then, like, all of the things are like Internet of Things devices. I don't know, like, and then the streamer can like activate the scent in your home like during stream. Oh, the Celty, or what's the name of the FL Fully character? It used to be a profile pic of the Economist writer that I still owe an article on VTubing. Conti? Conti. Conti? Conti. I think with a C, though. I think starting with a C. You got an ad for a smell-o-vision thing for games? Huh. Premium, send combat refills and premium cents. I guess you could do the gamer girl, like, okay. You could do the thing where it's like, okay, if you pay a lot, then it's like the cent is from the VTuber. Maybe? I don't know. I guess that's an idea. Not a good idea, but it's an idea. It's a possibility, yeah. Arthur Morgan? Wait, who's Arthur Morgan? Oh, historical cow. Oh. Huh. Huh. Okay. Don't sell the gamer. But think of the profits. The manufacturer's cost would be only worth it for really big streamers? Yeah. I mean, so it's kind of like the market for VTuber models in some way, right? Like, you know, VTuber models, like, it's funny because, like, there's like a sort of weird middle of the market, like, in terms of, like, small agencies or whatever, or even, like, relatively large agencies, where the rig quality of a VTuber model, like, goes down a lot. Where it's, like, a lot of indies are, like, they are engaging in a sort of, like, very bespoke kind of, like, artisanal, like, you know, one-off thing with the rigger and the artist if they're not doing it themselves, right? And they, like, kind of do this kind of, like, intense, like, labor of love thing. Maybe they spend a huge amount of money on it. And then, like, at the very high end, of course, like, you know, you get, like, really, really nice VTuber models because, like, it is, like, really important for, like, the revenue to, like, have a, you know, something that stands out in the market. But then, like, the agencies, like, you know, they have a whole bunch of them, and it is not so important to, like, their bottom line, right? Because, like, their bottom line comes much more from all the other stuff that they're doing. So they have, like, kind of much more sort of assembly line rigging and, like, mass-produced models, right? Like, kind of in a way, right? And like, and I think maybe, like, something like this would be, like, subject to the same sort of market forces, right? Like, where you could be, like, you know, for the very big people, right? Like, that might, like, it might actually be economical. And then for the small people, right? Like, you'd be able to kind of do a sort of handcrafted, like, production run. You know, it's like, it's literally just, like, they make a box in their, like, home workshop or whatever, right? I know. I'm spitballing. But, so don't worry, the spitball is not one of those scents. I don't think spitballs, like, smell like anything, right? Like, spit is, like, if you don't have halitosis, I think spit is, like, surprisingly unstinky for a, yeah. I don't even think of, like, so, I guess, like, it's in your mouth constantly, so if it had a scent, it would be a problem, right? Or maybe it's my own spit that doesn't smell like anything. But I don't think other people's spit really smells like, well, okay. My own spit, I am constantly getting, like, used to the scent, so it's like I don't really notice it. Maybe somebody else's spit I would notice, but, like, yeah. Depends on your teeth. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Indie seems like the way to go. I don't, well, it depends what you want, right? I will say that there's a lot of, like, there's a lot of small corporations that have no business being corporations, right? Like, there's a lot of people who just, like, came into some amount of money from some other industry, or even maybe not that, right? Or just, you know, fancy themselves, like, corporate managers, and are able to find people who are, you know, able to be taken in by a con game to be like, okay, well, I've accepted you into this, like, you know, VTubing company, and then there's a lot of people who are like, well, you know, I wanted to do this, like, as a, it's, yeah. Are you talking about Heaven's Rend? Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, some people are just, like, very obviously not fit to be like managers of these sorts of like companies. And some people like maybe give it a try, but they don't really have like, they never really find the sort of market fit to like be a good kind of like monetary like return on investment, I guess, like to some degree. Like, so they, and then there's like some people who are like, I don't know, actually, like, because I wonder about this, because like, you know, I think like you, for most people, it's like weird folly to go into show business for the money, right? There's like all sorts of like weird perks of like, you know, the entertainment industry. Like, I mean, the main perk of going into the entertainment industry is that you get to entertain, like if you're successful, you get to entertain people, right? And that's not nothing, right? That's actually like a really, really, really important part of it, right? Because like, if you can go off and make more money as an actuary or like, you know, as a, you know, some banker, some middle manager, or, you know, even, you know, let's be real, like a, you know, for the vast majority of people, like, you know, like a frontline retail worker, right? Like, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think there are corpos, like, I think there are corporate entities that where Val could exist, but I don't think that, like, I think that if the VTubing space is made, if there's like an error that people made, and they do it less often now, but like historically they did a lot more. I think like if there's any error, it's like that over-indexing on Hololive, right? Like kind of like looking at what Hololive has done and just like thinking that that's the main way to do a corporation, and then like everything else is like deviations from that, right? Like, and so like something that's too different from that is not really a corporation, because there's like, you know, there's a lot of business models that are like a lot less kind of like involved and flashy than the Hololive model, and even ones that like kind of feel relatively like distant from Hololive in terms of like flavor of content are often extremely like Hololive in terms of like how prominently they sort of push themselves out in front of the camera as a brand, and like also like kind of what the tension is, because I think that there's like definitely a sort of like content like bent to Hololive, right? I think like a big part of why like Hololive English like got as big as it did was because like they were the storyline in some sense of like Hololive English was like, you know, will they be able to get away with this in a company that is like an idol company, right? Like, you know, so they presented this pure image as like a, and like basically what they are is like they're an underground idol group, right? They're a sort of like anti-idol group, right? It's extremely fat-tailed. Yeah. No, that's the thing, right? Like you can be in like the top tiny percentile of like, you know, of streamers, like for example, like this is like, yeah, show business is very fat-tailed, and this is like show business like without unions or like non-algorithmic employers, right? Like this is literally just kind of like throwing people at the full unbridled like mercy of the market, right? Which is what happens when you get like 90% of the people like only stream to like, you know, a tiny single digit number of people like in their audience. And it's like, and then like the, you know, you have to be like in the top like some ridiculously tiny percentile to even make minimum wage doing streaming, right? And then like you get into like some very like small, like you get half of that percentile, and then you're making like not only a living wage but like kind of a good wage, right? It's like it's so crazy, right? Like just the rate of the fall off, right? Like, so this is not only show business, like streaming in general is not only show business, but like kind of show business on steroids. And then VTubing on top of that is like that, but with a very, very, very substantial like startup cost, right? Which actually, honestly, probably the overhead involved in like making a VTuber model makes it less long-tailed. I think the reason that there was actually like a sense that like, you know, it was easier to make it in VTubing, especially back in 2020, was that when there were like substantial barriers to entry to the market, even if it was just like knowing the right people, yeah. It's not super substantial if you start modestly with a VTuber. Yeah, I mean like there's like time and opportunity costs, right? Like you can start relatively modestly when it comes to your model, but like it is more kind of like effort than, you know, go to store, get a webcam, throw up like a couple overlays and like whatever. I mean like it's not necessarily a lot more, but like you have to like kind of you have to think about things that Flesh streamers can think about, but often like don't have to, right? You have to at least sort of like have some sort of like sense of how you are portraying yourselves, right? So, I don't know. That's my thought on it. No, it's fun. What? I'm glad I'm here. Hi, Sella! Hello! Hi, Raiders! How are you doing? We've been just yapping. I'm back from my break, I'm yapping. Hello, Raiders! How are you doing? What's up? What are you playing today? Hold on. Sella, do you mind if I give you a clip shout-out? Is that okay? Is that permissible? Hello! Hi, I am Kari, I'm your Mantis from VTuber, and I am back from my hiatus and I am yapping. Okay, let's... I have switched my entire setup to a new computer, so we'll see if clip shoutouts even work. Yeah, no, I've been yapping about, I don't know, everything. Did that not work? Did that do... shit. Okay. Wait. Hold on. That might not have, particularly worked, but like, yeah, test and prod. Yep, test and prod. Always test and prod. Oh, you're playing Elden Ring with Sui! Nice! Nice, nice, nice. I have not played Elden Ring. I think I've played basically Bloodborne and Another Crab's Treasure in terms of like, Souls-likes. And they're really nice games. I'd like to play more of them. I want to do, yeah. Now, Elden Ring, I've heard enough good things about it. It's like, probably Elden Ring should be one of the next ones I do. And then Dark Souls at some point. To make the joke. Wait, make the joke. Make the joke. Make the joke! Make the joke! Make the joke! Anyway, hi everybody, I am a Mantis from VTuber. I am, like, here. I'm here. I glow and don't let anybody tell you that Mantis shrimps only glow in the mating season because that is like lies and slander, but hello. I am a programmer and play sometimes games, sometimes go on deep dives into like various weird esoteric subjects that I like do some, you know, I just go hard on. Like last time we talked about we learned things about cheese fermentation. And then before that, I think it was like the Unicode standard and like, you know, whatever. It's like, it's your old fun edutainment content or whatever. And also, you know, just right now we're yapping because I'm back, right? Cheese. No, cheese it's really interesting. There's a cheese nun? I did not know this. I had no idea. There's a cheese nun. There's a woman, there's like a bunch of people who were put on like academic pilgrimages, like from their like, you know, monastery, nunnery, convent, I don't know, to do PhDs in microbiology, and then one of them became like a world-renowned researcher on cheese, and then they like developed. It's just wild, like the way all the shit that you can learn about cheese, right? It's crazy, right? Like, and it's interesting. It's fascinating. Yeah, urban planning. Yeah. I mean, urban planning is really interesting. What is it? Like, it's all, I mean, I was just talking about kind of VTubing generally, right? And I guess like the social thing of VTubing, I don't know. I've just been yapping, right? Like, this is my comeback stream. I've been on a hiatus for like some like, because of some personal stuff for like about 3 weeks or so. And I am back. I am so back, as we say. And I've been talking about backs, I think, in general. Yeah, don't breathe so hard. God, I love puns. You know, as a Korean-Canadian VTuber who is, like, themed after, like, a slightly unusual ocean animal. You'd think that, you know, I wouldn't be making so many puns, but... yeah, enough. Enough! Yeah, it's been yeah, I mean, this is like kind of like popped up from almost nothing, right? And like I watched Kizuna Ai like in the early days, and I literally actually in 2019 was on a trip to Japan and pointed out like a Kizuna Ai poster to my like travel companion, and I was like, "Hey, this is a VTuber," and then like they're like, "Yeah, whatever." And, I'm like, one day, VTubers will, yeah. But that was in 2019, so it's like, you know, it was basically Kizuna Ai, and then, like, there are a few other people who I was, like, I knew about Kaguya, Luna, and then there was, like, a couple people who, like, kind of were VTubers, but didn't really use the VTuber logo, but, like, yeah. Yeah. Don't tell me about your internet shit. Hi, Sui. How are you doing? Yeah, I think I found out about Hololive like mid 2020. I watched the Myth debuts. But I don't think I didn't really know about Hololive. Yeah. Hi, Spider. Parasocial streamer. Sui's everywhere. Yes, this was the Sui. The fabled Sui is upon us. A Sui upon you. 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 Hi, Sui. How's Elden Ring? How was the co-op Elden Ring? How doth be the ring of the Eldens? I want to do more Souls-like. A Sui upon your house, your firstborn child. Sorry, we only have one Sui. We can't just do both the house and the firstborn child. Like, you know, what? You're gonna have to pay Sui overtime for that. I've been gone for 500. Yeah, I have. Yeah. How was my break? My break was it was a break. Should consider Grime. Grime. Let me. You should all follow Sui. By the way, you can make more. Yeah. Yeah. How would you feel about having a Sui too, and how much of like a existential crisis would that do for you? What kinds of like existential crises do like robot? I guess like there's a whole thing with data and lore in like Next Generation. Right. Yeah, they're hosting IRL concerts around the world. Oh, yeah, I'm actually going to be going to the New York City Hololive concert. We, you know, I reverse engineered the URL to figure out, well, okay, so there was like, was it a Demon Slayer concert or something like that taking place in the same venue, and they had like multiple like dates that they were doing it on, so I clicked on one of the dates for another like concert and got through to a page that said like the date on it. And so I was like, wait a minute, maybe this is the URL that we're gonna get redirected to when we click through, right? So it was like a past thing that had happened. And so I noticed that it was like, you know, it was like kingstheater.com/hololive/calendar/ like, you know, 2024-06, whatever, right? And so like, so I was like, wait a minute, what if I just like enter in the same URL, but like for the Hololive concert? And it was like, you are in the queue, like, you know, you will be randomly assigned to the queue along with the other people who have like showed up early, basically, is what it said. And then like, you know, I was like going like in a little group, and so I like sent it to the whole group, and then like one of the members of the group kind of got randomly assigned to the queue, like in a place that was like favorable, and like, yeah. Yeah, no, I snuck into the queue early, and then they had like a special like pathway where it's like, oh yeah, we randomly signed because I didn't get in. Like I would not have gotten tickets like randomly. Thank you for the Prime, Ecto. Thank you, thank you. It is like actually wild. Like, you know, I think like Clipey was talking about like how like did we not they were like, why did we do this in the theater again? Like, did we not do well in LA? Like we did well in LA, right? Like and then they were like and then like she was like, you know, they were like, yeah, we like venue availability was an issue. It's like, can we just do it in a stadium? Like, geez, like we're big enough, we sell out so like intensely that we can just do this in a stadium and it's fine. Right. Yeah. Yeah, but like Sui, will the sequel to Sui be as good as like the original? Right? Then, like some people will argue about whether the sequel is like better than the original. You don't want to like argue. Well, I guess like that is kind of like what happens with any sort of like sibling or child or whatever. Like, you know. I mean, I think like a robot arguing with their sequel is maybe, I don't know, that's like sibling fighting or daddy issues or something like that. Just Madison Square Garden, Barclays Center, yeah. Maybe in Barclays Center, like, I went to, when I lived out there, I think I went to, what was it, Distant Worlds concert in Barclays Center? Yeah. Like the Final Fantasy one, right? And that was good, right? When Miku Expo had to find a new venue, yeah. Arguing with their sequel. Yeah, just like Sui just like gets into a fit of argument with like the other Sui and is like, drop table star! And then everybody gasps in the room, right? Because it's like, oh my god. The light novel will be better. Like, yeah, I mean, it's better. It's more fuel efficient because it's light, you know? It's a K novel. Like there's K trucks and K cars, like the light cars. It's wild to me, the sort of stuff that's getting like sequels these days. Is like they're making like, I think, what, a new Ranma, a new like Magic Knight Ray Earth anime. Like I never actually watched the thing, but I think like, oh no, that's Escaflowne, I think. See, there's one like kind of weird fantasy like, I think it's Escaflowne. Okay, sorry, spoilers for Escaflowne, so just like, you know, put your hand over your ears for the next like, you know, 10 seconds, like if you don't want a spoiler. It's like, I think that, is that the one where like the villain is like actually like Isaac Newton? Am I getting that one right? Is that the one where it's like, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, see, Ronan would, yeah. Right, actually, there was a watch-along, actually, my first, because I was like, so my thing is, I did not watch that much anime growing up, but I did listen to all of the anime OPs and soundtracks. So, like, I only listened to, like, video game BGMs, like a small amount of classical and, like, a little bit of jazz and, like, you know, some stuff like that, and, like, anime music, right? Have I heard of a comic called Girl Genius? I think I was watching it when it was, like, young, right? I think did I read some of it when it was, like, super early? Like, you know, something like 15, I feel like that's, like, 15 years old. But, yeah, no, I've definitely, like, or maybe I'm confusing with something else, but I have read Girl Genius. Like, a little bit. But we met the creators of Girl Genius several times. Ooh. There's some anime that had like just a completely bonkers premise if you dug like a little bit beneath the surface, right? I'm just trying to think what it is. what's the wild, like, kind of brain, come on, brain. Brain, please, brain. Think. I don't remember. What was I even thinking about? It's some ass pull of a real world historical figure for their sort of fantasy villain, I think. But it's just like, oh yeah, well, there's Pokemon where like they just go incredibly hard in the Pokemon live stage musical in implying that like Giovanni is actually secretly Ash's father. No, not webcomic, like anime. And I listened to the Pokemon live stage musical, like, soundtrack a ton, and I wonder what the copyright situation would be on, like, doing a cover. I mean, like, you can do covers and get mechanical licenses to it. I don't know about sync licenses and YouTube. Like, I don't know whether YouTube would have licensed it, or whether I get, like, kind of bonked for it, but, like, you know, if I were to do some sort of, like, I've said this before, I should really just, like, go ahead and do them. But, like, if there's 2 songs that I would want to do, like, kind of fun covers of, right? It's, like, it's Giovanni's theme from... Maybe there's 3. There's, like, Giovanni's theme from the Pokemon live stage musical. There's Eggman from, like, Sonic Adventure 2, like, the image series, like, the CDs, like, that were accompanying... I think that was in the game, right? And then there's, what's a third one? What's a third, like, weird song that I would cover? The Where in Time is Carmen Sandiego theme song, maybe? I think that one. It's like one of the few songs where I've just completely memorized the lyrics. Anime with wild... No, it's anime with, like, the... weird, like, it's anime with historical figure shows up, like, and is actually driving the plot in this, like, important historical figure got isekai'd and is, like, playing a very strange role against type. And I don't know whether I'm just thinking about Escaflowne, but maybe Fate? Maybe Fate? Maybe. Maybe, I don't know. What else? Okay. In Nasuverse. So I got into anime from Angelic Lair, and the thing that got me into Angelic Lair was the idea that, like, the plot of Angelic Lair was, and spoilers for Angelic Lair, which is like a 2001, I think, Clamp anime, that technically takes place in the Chobits universe, that the reason that they're having, like, a little, like, tournament, like, you know, craze, like, game, like a fun game of, like, battling, like, little doll robots using brain-computer interfaces is because they're trying to collect enough, like, neural net training data in order to create, like, a good prosthesis for the, like, a good neurally, like, driven prosthesis for the, main character's mother who has MS. And it's like, huh. That is not the plot I was expecting, and that is, like, as an 11-year-old at math camp, I am, like, shocking, like, I feel spoken to on a deep level by this plot, like, in a way that, like, people, like, kind of beating the shit out of each other on television, or, like, you know, sitcoms that I don't care about, like, just does not seem to respect me, right? Yep. They came up with that premise, like, way back then. Yep. Yes, Q back. I am back. That is me. I am back. Yep. No, they're basically getting enough training data to, like, fine-tune a prosthesis, like John Shrimp. It was very impressive. And I was like, oh, this respects me. This premise respects me. And that's when I got super into anime and, like, Japanese culture, and, like, I was, like, at the, you know, I was, like, taking, like, Japanese lessons, and, like, I don't think I'd really been, like, I mean, to be honest, it's, like, I guess probably the bit of Japanese culture that you first get into is, like, Nintendo, right? Like video games are just, like, let's be real, like, a very, like, kind of, like, if you are a console video gamer, especially a console video gamer, like, growing up in, like, the 90s. Oh, yeah, I've basically not watched anime at all since, like, watching VTubers. Like, the only anime I've watched has ended up being, like, kind of watch-alongs and, like, other VTubers, like, communities. Maybe I should do more. Maybe I should do an watch-along or something like that. But anyway, Hi Strong Bad. Yeah. Yeah, because why watch anime when you can talk to the anime? You know? Have you considered? What if you could talk to the anime? Hi, Happy Jalapeno. Hello. Or be the anime. Or be the anime talking to the anime. You can be the anime, and then your friends can also be the anime, and then you can be the anime of the two. Like, you could be your own slice of life anime. When you are the anime, and then they're the anime, and then you're the anime together, right? And then you're an anime, right? How was the break? The break was a break. Yeah. Reject physical form, become cartoon, and then re-embrace physical cartoon when you, like, rush around on, like, a giant, like, you know, tower-based life-size Roomba, like, you know. You know, this is like being a you know, a physical entity in space with extra steps, right? Like, oh man. No, by the way, I want to clear one thing up. The break was not like from you guys, right? I like, in no ways, like, I really wanted to stream, but I was just like, what I was trying to do with the break was, like, sort of protect stream from some other, like, life stuff that was going on, that was, like, unpleasant. And, like, I was kind of in a state where it's like, you know, if I streamed, like, during the break, like, given how things were going, I was sort of worried that I might, like, kind of taint streaming a little bit, right? So, like, it's not that I, you know, lost my zeal for streaming, or, like, I didn't, like, kind of like streaming or something like that. It's like, it's basically that, like, you know, I want to make sure both that I can, like, kind of, you know, it's cheesy, the thing that, like, Fumoko says about, like, you know, protect your smile. Like, but, you know, I did a whole stream on cheese, so I was like, whatever. Like, it's fine. Sometimes, I reserve the right to be a bit cheesy sometimes. Yeah. You don't need our permission to... I mean, I was not that communicative during, but anyway, I'm just saying, like, you know, I'm talking about my sort of motives about it, right? I'm like, I don't anticipate one. Yeah, I should do one on core. You know, that is actually because I've been seeing some stuff about the Columbian Exchange recently, right? So you know, and it's like fascinating. It's like, I'm curious. Like, I learned about that, right? And I'm like, I haven't actually done a deep dive into, like, what? I don't even know what the heck. What was Ireland eating before potatoes, right? Because potatoes are like from the Americas, right? Like what food were they eating in general? Was it wheat? Like was it like you get all these sort of things. Like if you know where certain vegetables are from, it's like, you know, they're so integrated into like certain cuisines, but they've only literally been integrated since like 400 years ago, right? Barley, wheat, chaff, yeah. Like it is actually kind of wild, like how quickly everything just opens up all of a sudden, right? Like you've got the whole Columbus thing in like 1492 or whatever, and then by like 100 years later, you've got samurai like running around like with like the remnants of like Aztecs and like conquistadors in like Mexico City on their way to going to Rome to get their picture painted by like, to meet with the Pope and the King of Spain and get his picture painted, right? Right, like there's literally a guy who like did that, right? Like a retinue, and like there was a retinue of samurai who like got into a misunderstanding with like, you know, the Spanish in Mexico City, and like they ended up having like a fight with like samurai swords, and like, and like they ended up running one of the Spanish guys through, and then there was like a giant diplomatic incident like in the late 1500s, like literally samurai. Like barley, okay. Barley, okay, yeah. Yeah, yeah, this is like the Hasekura expedition. Yeah, hold on. Like, here, hold on. Let me grab my, take a look. It's this guy. Hold on, a little bit of a skinny, hold on, let me see if I can. I think that's the right aspect ratio. This guy. Oh, 1613, okay. I mean, that's like a little bit over 100 years since like 1492. It should be, yeah. Look, look, like they need to have a fucking movie about this guy, right? Like this here, like is so in, like, come on. He didn't, okay, this was right before the Sakoku period, right? This was like the end before like the shogunate like went super isolationist. So, it was for a while, but this was right before that. Yeah. Yeah, no, they hadn't, not only could they technically meet, but they did technically meet, and they met here on this trip, I think, actually. I mean, like, cowboys and samurai, but, you know, certainly the predecessors to cowboys, yes. And then the pirates, like, you know, it's not, I don't think it was, like, the golden age of piracy, but, like, you know, there's, like, you could do a story about this, right? Like, you could do a whole story about, like, this thing, and then, like, the next season could be, like, in Rome. Whereas, like, the guy is, like, meeting the freaking, like... The guy got a coat of arms, and then, like... And, yeah, got his picture painted by... Like, his portrait painted by a Renaissance painter, right? This is, like, literally the guy got painted by, like, a Renaissance painter, and then all the Renaissance painters became, like, early weebs. Like, it's freaking wild, right? Oh, I'm changing the BGM. Like, is wild, right? It has become known, it became known here in Mexico, and was said that the reason their ruler, the Emperor of Japan, sent this said lordly emissary and ambassador here is to go in Rome to see the Holy Father Paul V and to give him their obedience concerning the Holy Church, so that all the Japanese want to be, they did. Okay, so actually what happened was that they sent this guy because, like, his father was, like, executed for treason, and he was going to be executed too, except they were like, okay, well, actually, we'll just send you to, like, go, you know, off on this mission instead. You know, and he's like, okay, I'm getting out of here. All right, sure, all right, okay, all right, on my way. Like literally, that's what happened, right? And so it's like it's such a crazy story, right? Right? It's wild, right? And he was running around Spain, right? And then left the Japanese... Okay, here's the wild thing, right? Is that there's a bunch of people, like, in Mexico. Or, no, was it in Spain, I think? There were a bunch of people from this retinue that settled in the places where they went to and took the last name, like, Yapon, right? And there are descendants, there are Yapons, like, including this one, like, footballer guy, like, there are Yapons, like, around today that are, like, presumptively just descendants of these guys, right? Of this Hasekura, like, you know. Like, it's Bernardo the Japanese. Do they have, like, the thing about the Yapon? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, in Spain, there are people, like, whose last name are Yapon, like, presumably from this, like, thing, right? God, it's so... I mean, like, part of the reason for the isolationism was to, like, kind of exclude this, like... Man, okay. Anyway. Sorry. This is, like... Yeah. This is, like, the start of the isolation, but... Anyway. Yes. No, I think this would be a really, really interesting, like, kind of thing to do. There's not nearly that much, like, kind of adaptations of this whole journey, because, like, you expect there would be a lot more. The Portuguese were dicks. Yeah. I mean, like, well, there's all sorts of stuff, right? Like, you know, there's, like, they're under threat from, like, you know, just agitated, like, kind of, it was like, there's a lot of politics to it, but it would be interesting to, like, really do a deep dive and try to figure out what the heck was going on. Leto described the visit to the Pope, de Ecclesiae Japonicae Statu Relatio. No, this is like a, that's a grungy, hold on. Can I get the original file here? Where's that? That's pretty grungy. That's a really grungy. Hold on. Wait, is it the original? Like, this is wild, right? Like, this is in the Quirinial Palace in Rome, right? Like, it's just like a fresco of this guy's visit, right? I don't know. History is wacky. Like, it's wild. I don't know. I'm just gonna nerd out about history. But yeah, tourism, right? Like, so when people are, like, meeting people from another culture, then they observe a whole bunch of stuff about them that, like, you just don't get from, like, just everyday life, right? Like, they use chopsticks. They use Japanese handkerchiefs, like, right? Tissues, right? And their katanas are really cool. Their swords cut so well that they can cut a soft paper just by putting it on the edge and by blowing on it, right? Like, even in, like, freaking, like... Even in the 1600s, like, the early 1600s, like, you have, like, you know, the Europeans being like, oh my god, the katana is so fucking cool. That's such a cool sword. That's so funny, right? This is like... Yeah. No, French weebs, but like, you like, actually though, right? Like, the European, like, weebery went really hard even this early, right? Like, it went, like, nuts, right? Like, no French people visited Japan between 1640 and 1780. Hold on, let me see. Where's the... Because there's a bunch of people who, like... Like, a bunch of artists, like, kind of take just massive amounts of, like, inspiration from... Yeah, Japanese... Yeah, okay. There. Yeah, in the 19th century, yeah. There's a... Yeah, so they have all the patterns and tablecloths and young ladies looking at Japanese objects. Like, yeah, you've got, like, buildings, like... You've got commodes and Japanese lacquer, like, yeah. Like, they went absolutely freaking crazy for, like, you know. Oh yeah, and there was a bunch of export porcelain. And I saw a bunch of it on Dejima, like, when I went last time, right? Yeah, porcelain is China and lacquerware is Japan. Yeah. Oh, the katana cuts baguette in one slice. And Vincent van Gogh, right, like painted in the ukiyo, like Van Gogh was like, or Van Gogh, I guess, like, was a massive weeb, right? Are there Converse weebs? I mean, yeah, I mean, there was an obsession among a lot of people with, like, modernization and westernization, and, like, you know, there are a bunch of people who, I was reading actually oh yeah, so there's, the guy who is currently on the 100, like, the 10,000, 10,000 yen bill, I think, was, kind of a reverse weeb. It's Fukuzawa Yukichi. I mean, he has like a really interesting kind of like story, but like he like became incredibly fluent in Dutch and then realized that nobody in it's like, because like, you know, it was like Dejima, like all the books like that you would study that had all the modern technology in it had Dutch, right? Like, and they're all in Dutch. And so he like worked very diligently. He studied Dutch. He learned Dutch at a time when it was like actually like kind of pretty unpopular to like really get into this foreign language stuff. But then all of the like the scientific knowledge that had been accumulated in Europe was like in these Dutch books, right? Well, Japan, I wouldn't say a lot of trade, but they basically were exclusively trading with the Dutch. And then during his, like, this is the point at which the Americans showed up. We had the knock knock. It's the United States, right? Like, and then like, and then, so when the isolation was thrown wide open, I'm doing pretty good. You had like this guy basically was like, wait a minute, apparently none of these Americans and people like understand Dutch. Like, Dutch is not actually the language that the world speaks, like, in general. And fuck, I need to learn English. And he was like worried at the beginning because it was like, oh shit. And like, okay, Dutch was super hard to learn, right? And now I have to learn this other language, and now I was like, is it gonna be like equally difficult to learn? And he's like, oh, thank fuck, like English is just like sort of like Weird Dutch. Okay, good. We're good. All right, that's good. Awesome. And then he published like the first English-Japanese dictionary. I mean, there was New Amsterdam. I don't know, like that's New York City. Yeah, and then he became like the Tokugawa shogunate's first, like, he was part of the first diplomatic mission. He like went to San Francisco, and then he got a picture with a random American, right? It was like, got himself photographed in America and got a Webster's dictionary and like took it over. He was like, man, I'm getting my picture taken in San Francisco. And there it is. He's getting his picture taken in San Francisco. Hold on. Very inspiring. We have a serious problem. Sorry, it's cut off a little bit. Hold on. Can I? There you go. Look at how... And then, like, basically wrote a book called Western Things. And he basically wrote a 10-volume treatise on, like, all, like, 10 volumes of Western culture and institutions in simple, easy-to-understand terms, and it became bestsellers, right? So yes. He was the foremost expert on Western civilization. And then he founded the institution that became Keio University, right? It was also like... yeah, he was a samurai. Like, I mean, the way he became a samurai back in the day was that Oda Nobunaga is like, you're a samurai. And yeah, he was a samurai. Like, it wasn't like, if the most powerful guy, like, kind of is like, hey, this guy's a samurai. Hi, Cosmine! Hi, Cosmine! Hello, how was your stream? What are you doing? What you up to? Alabama Monogatari, yeah, what is it, Gone, is that Gone with the Wind, or no? Catcher in the Rye, where, Wizard Raid! Yeah, so Cosmine, by the way, is well, where are you playing? Clip shoutouts are broken because I'm like, I mean, a lot of shit is broken. Sorry, let me introduce myself. I am Kari. I am a Mantis from VTuber. I'm KariChary. You're playing Minecraft and subathoning. How's your subathon? To killing a mocker word, yeah. Hi! I definitely don't glow in the mating season. That is not a thing that I do at all. That is not a thing that us mantis shrimps do at all. If anybody tells you that we are glowing at that time, do not believe them. But hi. Yeah. I'm a mantis shrimp VTuber. Yeah. Yeah, you should check out Cosmine. Cosmine is like a really, really talented, like streamer, rigger. Jay goes hard. Thank you for the follow. Don't believe the lies of Gondor. Don't believe Ondor's lies. Oh man. I am glowy. Some stuff is not. I do a lot of programming. A lot of like kind of weird deep dives into topics and some gameplay sometimes. This is my first stream back after a relatively long hiatus, I guess. So like, I am mostly just yapping and chatting, and we've been talking about a whole bunch of stuff, right? I don't know. What have we been talking about? Everything. We've been talking about absolutely everything! Yeah, it's been good. It's been good. I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to be streaming again. I'm glad to be with everyone. And, yeah. And thank you for sharing your community. Yeah. Don't believe Ondor's or Gondor's lies. Oh, man, I love how incredibly hammy Final Fantasy 12 is, right? It's like I just have a weak spot in my heart for like the hammiest motherfuckers, right? Like if you have like, you can be delivering the corniest plot, like the most ridiculous bullshit, right? But if you deliver it in like a I can't even do it, like, right? Wraith Judge, yeah. It's like, if you like say it like you're like a Shakespearean, like, I don't even know what it is. Anyway, you can ham the most ridiculous bullshit all the way into my heart, is all I'm saying. So I liked Final Fantasy 12, even though, like, I think there are problems with the game, but, like, the voice acting, as corny as it is, just sells it for me. That's the one reason why I wasn't able to, like, I liked 10, but, like, you know, 12 kind of, like, was basically just had the one selling point. Okay. Well. I'm Captain Bash. Okay. So we're talking about weebs, and reverse weebs, and the guy on the 10,000 yen note, basically wrote like a 10-volume treatise on like Western practices after like realizing that like after like Japan's period of isolation that like it wasn't the case that like basically all the merchants spoke Dutch, right? He was like, oh shit, nobody speaks Dutch. I spent all this time learning Dutch and crap, I need to learn English now. And so he like published the first like English dictionary, the first English-Japanese dictionary, and then like this giant like encyclopedic volume of like you know, Western things, like, and so like yeah, there's like weebs and meanwhile, and then what immediately happened was that like the French and like a whole bunch of other like, and Van Gogh was like a massive like weeb and like just painted all this like ukiyo-e style, like kind of just took all of his inspiration from like it's just like it's wild. Like things have been, weebs have been very, 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 very ancient. So yeah. Yeah, like how? Let's see. Going about. Let's see here. I'm trying to think like. I might flip over briefly to some Hades too. So I'm gonna try to at least get a darkness. There's a new patch out for Hades 2. And I'm trying to stress test my new setup. So this is actually a new computer on which I have not streamed before. So I actually set my whole stream setup from scratch. It is shocking that like almost everything seems to work. I think there's like one or two things that don't work, like clip shoutouts, like, so I'll have to like take a look at those. I'm probably not logged into the website that I need to be logged in. Oh, you know what? That is probably what it is. It's that I'm not logged into the website that I need to be logged into in order to do it. Okay. All right, let me authorize onto that website, and that should actually like activate those shoutouts. Okay. Yep, I've signed in. All right. Good night, Ginger. Yeah. My attitude. Also antimatter, yeah. It is the opposite of me. Me, but not me. Me, but the undoing of me. What we could do, actually, instead of, like, hopping into something, like, as heavy as Hades, maybe, like... I could try a run of, Slay the Spire. How about that? Let's try a Slay the Spire. Let's splay the Scryer. Alright. This is one of my, like, kind of comfort games, I guess? Sorry. Can you hear... Oh my god. Hold on, actually, what I want to do is... If I'm gonna be doing Slay the Spire, I'm gonna... I do not have a... Hold on. Okay. Settings. The Dave the Diver... Yeah, that's right! So they put Dave the Diver and Nikke. They put Dave the Diver and Nikke? Right? How to play Slay the Spire? Yeah. Hold on. Let me... okay. First time setting this thing up, so, like, actually, like, there's a little bit of weirdness around this. So I'm gonna go in studio mode. I'm gonna go in here and debut. Herba. Okay. Capture... What? Slay the Spire. Okay. If I push this button... Does it... do I get Slay the Spire? Got Slay the Spire? You got it? Oh. I guess I lose focus if I... Hold on. Okay. If I move myself, then I lose... Audio? Is there a way to stop that? Game settings? Mute while in background. Nope. How is the audio? I don't think they put Nikke and Dave the... Did they put Nikke and Dave the Diver? I thought they put Dave the Diver in Nikke. Dave does have a fat ass, but I don't think they put Dave in... Yeah. Okay, so apparently how it works, like in the Dave the Diver Nikke collab, is that they basically took Dave the Diver, right? They took like a pared down version of Dave the Diver, and they dropped that wholesale into the Nikke app, right? Where you can play as like Diver, like it's a mini game, but it is basically a Dave the Diver, like kind of like it's both the like the hunting for fish and the sushi like portions of the game, right? Yeah. So Nikke gets new content that's like a mini game, but the mini game is Dave the Diver. But with the Nikke, like, you know, girls as the divers in dive suits in the art style of like Dave the Diver. It's like, it's wild. It's just like, thank you, Ginger. It's like, it's very funny. I guess there's a question. It's like, do I go for like... I'm in low ascension here, so I will say... Alright, let me actually change this. Change the thing so that I'm on the right... Alright, slay those. Slay that spur. Splay the spur. Splay the spur. So I'm at Ascension 20 when I play this on mobile. But I do want to, like, kind of get up there, like, with you guys. But I could just use some mod and try to unlock everything. But, I don't know. Do I speak enough Korean to be able to understand it? No, I do not. I understand, I can very slowly read the writing system, but I do not actually, like, really understand the language. I'm not, my Korean is, like, my Korean is worse than my English, French, or Japanese, which are, like, you know, not, like, my Japanese and French are not good. But, like, all right. Let's see the map. Okay, my sort of thing, like, to sort of optimize for wins is, like, try to, like, kill as many elites with the 1 HP thing so I can get, like, hold on. Where's the elites? Alright. It looks like you can only see at most 2 elites. Which is kind of a shame. Okay. So I kind of want to go up this path. Like, kill this one. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. I'm in a weird place. Right. Oh, okay. So, who's played Slay the Spire before? Who is a Spire player? I guess I could just ask who is it. You. Who has not played it? Not me. Okay. Alright, so Slay the Spire is, basically the kind of original... Okay, I got randomly assigned to, like, an encounter there, which means that, like, my 3... 1 HP people... I just win the first 3 encounters, like, immediately. Okay. What if I just, like, rush up the tower? Rush the tower. Okay. There we go. So basically, you have cards. You draw 5 cards, like, each turn. And then you have 3 energy a turn, like, by default. And you get these, like, relics that can, like, permanently buff things. And you also get cards that can do things, right? Like, so this puts another card in your deck that is harder to play, and then puts a 3rd card in your deck, and that deals, like, 50 damage, like, a turn to everyone, which is, like, very strong, but it's, like, so hard to get off. Okay, so, I don't know. Basically, there's a bunch of, like, these mechanics, and, like, they hit you for a specific amount each turn, and then, like, you can block, right? I'm gonna do, basically, because this is the Lore Ascension, like, this is like if you've played, like, a game like Hades or anything, hey, Void Wave, hi, then you'll be familiar with, like, heat, right? Okay. Taking a lot of damage here. Pain in the ass. Okay. But basically, like, you can make the challenges kind of harder if you've, like, beaten the game, or I think come close to beating the game. I should have just, like, killed it down. I'm being very sloppy. Okay. I'm very sloppy. Not actually playing optimally at all. But would you miss a 2-week hiatus, I guess? I was just yapping about... I was yapping about, like... Blah, blah, blah. Science? Like, tech? Something? I don't know. The machinations of the universe. Alright, this guy's sleeping in queue, like, for 3 turns or until you wake him up. So, I will be careful to... This is actually a great opportunity to actually play this, like, you know, Alpha, Beta, Omega card that is, like, usually, like, kind of hard to play, but it's like, oh, well, guy's asleep, so... Guy's asleep, what you want? History in the VTubing industry, yeah. History, VTubing industry, like, science, technology, plans for the channel going forward, like, etc, 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 etc. And I do 50 damage a turn, so if I do this, then he'll die. Weeb history, yeah, just a lot of Zatsu, just started Spire. This is really good. This, it gives me a bunch of healing if I'm, like, low HP at the end of a fight. It's like, this will heal you so much. It's actually really, like, awesome. Like, it's so good. Yeah. So the main mechanic of this character, is that, she's got stances, right? So, there's, like, Calm, which, like, gives you 2 extra energy when you exit it. And then there's Wrath, which is you give and take double damage. And there's another one that's a lot harder to enter called, like, Divinity. But, you know, I don't currently have any way to, like, enter that. So if I get any cards that actually, like, activate it, I'll let you know. Yeah, Calm and Rat stances, yeah. Do I take the damage? Probably not. Okay. I can go to Calm and then take only 1 damage. This guy, like, goes caca and then gets more and more and more strong with each, like... Sure. I'll take 2, and then next time I'll be in Wrath, and I'll have, like, you know, I'll get 2 extra energy for exiting Calm, and then I'll enter Wrath. And basically just be able to kill, right? Yeah. And now I heal, like, and I'm just below 50%, like I'm 34 out of 72. Wait, is that exactly? Hold on. Yeah, 68, yeah. So I'm below 50%, which means that, like, if I go at this point, I'm gonna smith, like, I'm not gonna rest. I'm gonna actually, like, upgrade this card, I guess, to be more, like... On average, I'll get more treasures this way if I get that, like, treasure chest. So I'm gonna not get the key. Oh, okay. Alright. This is very risky. I'm living dangerously on the edge. We're on the... Okay. This is I don't know. God, I always like the giant beefy thing. Okay. I should have just moved a card instead of doing that. That was... Okay, can I just get a strength potion for the next fight? Okay. Alright, let's see if we can actually win this one. Ha ha ha. Teehee. Teehee. Maybe I've made a terrible mistake. I can basically destroy them. Okay. I'm pretty sure. Yes, that I can... Okay, I want to make absolutely sure that for next turn I draw a, something that puts me in Calm, because these are gonna hit me for 10 bajillion points of damage, and, like, if I'm not in Calm, I am dead. So, yeah. Because I otherwise take double damage. And I think if I, like... Here. So if I put a beta into my draw pile, then... Like, there'll be 5 cards in my draw pile, which means that I will draw my full hand and I will not reshuffle, which means that when I play the beta and put an omega into my hand, into my thing that deals 50 damage, like, I will just be able to play it immediately and kill them. And the pattern of these guys is that they, like, attack, and then they, you know, put crap into your deck, and then they attack and they put crap into your deck. So this is when these two are attacking. Like, if the middle guy was, like, alive, then they would be, like, attacking on the sort of opposite, like, schedule of the other two. But, like, here it's like, I'm gonna take some damage here, but, like, you know, I'll still have, you know, the only HP that matters is the last one, and since they're not actually, like, attacking me this turn, right, I can shuffle the card that wins. They will dump, you know, a bunch of, like, crap into my deck, but I don't care. Like, I only have one card in my draw pile, so they'll dump a bunch of, like, crap into my draw pile. I will, maybe into the discard pile even, which is even better. Yeah, they dump in your discard pile, so I draw the card that I need. It deals 50 damage at the end of your turn to all enemies. They have less than 50, I play it, I win. Boom. And then I heal a bit because I have got that meat on the bone, so, like, I beat the super elite, which, like, you only need to beat one of them in the game to get, like, the sapphire key, which, like, is one of the 3 things that you need to... Basically, in order to, like, unlock the actual ending, you have to basically skip a campfire, which is where you, like, either upgrade a card permanently or, like, heal. You have to also skip a chest, like a treasure chest. And you have to beat a super elite, and I just beat the super elite. I beat the super elite early, so I don't have to deal with it. I think I'm, like, I'm low on block. So if I'm going Omega, I can, like, kind of be, like, I can tank up, basically. Okay. So this guy has the mechanic of, like, splitting in 2 when below 50% HP. So you want to get them down to, like, just above 50% HP, and then wail. Because, like, they split with, like, equal HP on either side. I think this is, like, decent enough. Sure. Let's do that. It's fine. I can kill the one that still exists. Actually, I can just kill both of them. Great. Awesome. Awesome! I got it. Goodbye. You're the weakest slime. Goodbye. I love these cards, but I'm just gonna go for that one. Am I above... No, I'm not above 50%. Here, I'll try healing. Oh, it's all of the slimes. I'm not good at dealing with this, actually, I think. Huh. Okay. Sure. Right, I can kill a couple of them. Oop. Oop. I guess I have 2 options. I can just finish off that one and then I'll just take 8 damage. That's fine. Okay. Just murder them one by one. And now I can just kill them. They're so tiny! They're... You are the weakest slime. Goodbye. God, Flurry is so good, but so is Battle Hymn. Okay, Flurry. Flurry it is. Alright. Talk to the hand! This is a very nice debuff. It means whenever you hit them, you get... Oop, oop, oop. This is like a very large version of those splitting slimes from earlier. Do I think I basically try to go for that Omega. Okay, hold on. Can I tank through this? See, normally it's a really big deal if you like hit this guy like 60, like if you don't like really get the health down like right now, then it splits into 2 things that are 69 each, and it's like, you know, or like very high health each, and then like that's like a huge pain in the ass to like burn down. But I've got like Alpha, Beta, Omega in my deck, so it's like, this is just a sort of hard counter to this boss, if I manage to pull it off. Now, I have to survive, but like... But I'm gonna survive, it's fine. Because, like, they split again a second time, right? And so, like, I play this, and it causes them both to split, and then they'll split into 4 things, but then I still deal the damage the following turn, and so I'm just win right now. Like, so they split into 4, it interrupts them, and then I deal 50 to them again, and I win. Goodbye. And now I've got so many potions, I don't have any space. It is tempting to play Omniscience on the Alpha, Beta, Omega. It's actually really tempting to do that. Okay. All right. Philosopher's Stone? Okay. So I get 1 extra energy a turn, and all my enemies get 1 strength a turn, which is not great. But, you know, it's not the worst, like, debuff. So, like, a bunch of the end of act relics, like the boss relics, like, give you an extra energy at the cost of a debuff. Okay, and I actually, like, I really like question marks, because, like, I have this, like, relic that turns them into treasure chests. If I go to enough of them. And also, my own personal playstyle, like, tends to try to very aggressively hunt down as many, like, elites as possible, because I just like having 10 million. I'm just, like, in this game, I'm a hoarder. Like, a massive hoarder. I just, like... There you go. Boom! Okay, I win. See, if you can get the Omega off, you can... It's really, really good. These guys steal your money, and then they run away if you can't get it. If you can't kill them. But the moment I play the Omega, they're dead. Oh, shit. That was a suboptimal play. Can't believe it. Can you imagine, like, a suboptimal play? Like, what a... insane. Okay, I take 4 more damage. My Omegas are not showing up. Let's see. Oh yeah, I can just kill them. I don't care. Okay. Alright. Done. Should have done a poll. Oh, this isn't great at all. I'm gonna have to just tank this. I'm just having to tank this because I literally did not draw any block, but that's fine because I've got the meat on the bone. So, actually, not the worst. Alright, how about 100 damage a turn? these guys want to murder me now too. These jerks. I thought I had more block, but I guess I don't. Is there any way I can, like, actually just kill these guys? No? Maybe? Okay. I don't have any... No. This might be over. Is this over? Let me see if there's any way that I can, like, kind of very carefully just kill everybody. I don't think so. I'll kill a few of them. Like, drink the potion. Well, I think I'm fine, actually. Maybe? Am I fine? Am I now dead? Did I drink the potion prematurely? I think I drink the premature. Oh my god. Never drink the potion too early. Okay. That was sloppy play. That was very sloppy play. Okay. Bye. I'm dedged. I got killed by Bear. All of the, you know, the revenge. Bear is actually one of the few enemies in the game where it's like his compatriots like react if you kill him first, and they're like, Bear! You never drink it if you... Yeah, I mean, I do, like, end up drinking too much potion sometimes. Let's see. We have not actually done a lot of Slay the Spire. But I think I am actually... This is, like... I've yet to build my sea legs for, kind of the grand return to stream at this point. And I've been going for, like, it's like 6 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. So, honestly, not the worst time to kind of, like, you know, finish up, see who's live, like, go say hello to somebody, find some friend. So I think we might raid out. Yeah. Thank you so much for coming to the shrimp stream. Yeah, I've been away for I think 20 days, but I will come back. Yeah. Am I freshwater? I would be if mantis shrimps were shrimps. Anyway, let's see. Who is live right now? Who doth be live on this fine summer's day? I don't have enough monitors. Hold on. All right. I'll see. I will look snooky. Let's see who are people now. Who I know who. Oh, interesting. Okay. I think I will throw you guys to... Let me throw you to... Let's go to Captain Jones. Yeah. Yeah, throw you. Yeah, no, exactly. It's shrimpy. Yeah, you see how it is. Now, let's send you to Captain Jones, who's playing Metal Gear, who's building a stream to surpass Metal Gear. Okay. I will see you probably in the next couple of days, I think. The next one is, I think, tomorrow if I can wangle it. I will actually, like, genuinely, like, try to make a schedule for the next ones. I have, like, some topics, I guess, for streams that I want to do. So yeah, there will be an actual schedule, once I, like, sort of, now that I've reset myself up at the new, like, on the new setup, we'll have an actual schedule moving forward, and I think the plan is for something like 4 streams a week, roughly. We're gonna, like, aim for and start. So yeah, I will see you quite a bit. All right, thanks. Let's see. To Wade. All right. Yeah, if we are stuffing you in Davy Jones's locker, right? Like, you know. Shrimp stuffed locker. Here. If you have a sub, here's the raid message. Shrimp stuffed locker raid. Alright. Shrimp stuffed. Hi Riku! Bye Riku! Raid. If you do not, this is the raid message? Yep. Well, and yeah. Go give your finest to Captain Jones. Viti. Let's go! Let's frickin' go! Boy, yeah, you gotta keep it on brand. Yeah, exactly. No, precisely. Sayonara! Oh yeah, if you're not in Discord and you want to check out the Discord and, like, actually get, like, you know, ping notifications there, because I know, like, you know, Twitch can be Twitch. Yeah, we got a lot of cool discussion and stuff in our channels and, like, the usual, like, you know, VTuber Discord stuff. So yeah, that's a Discord. Anyway. Bye-bye!